follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. There's a lot of chaos in the world, so take a break from social media and self-serving politicians. At Leathers in Issaquah, our design professionals will guide you to a happy place by elevating your home environment. More than leather, choose from the latest fabrics and solid wood, something for every room in your home. Our guaranteed low prices, quality, and service will lower your blood pressure and be kind to your wallet. So check the chaos at the door and come experience a Zen moment at Leathers in Issaquah.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible. It's simply not subject to the risk and loss of the marketplace.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth. Saturdays at 10 a.m. and Sundays at noon on AM 770 KTTH.
Your home for Ben Shapiro, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
Fallout after the attempt on Donald Trump's life. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Several Secret Service agents were moved from the field following an investigation into the shooting in Pennsylvania nearly 6 weeks ago.
5 is the number we have, but that was as of last Monday. We're told by a source briefed on the probe, expect that number to increase officially. All 5 have been taken out of the field, placed on administrative duties, and they're working remotely. 4 of them are from the Secret Service Pittsburgh field office, and that includes the special agent in charge there. One of them was an agent on former President Trump's personal protective detail, someone that traveled with him all over the country. These agents are still employed by the service, but they're not involved in any active protective work. We're told these are the numbers as of Monday, and they're likely to change.
Fox's David Spun. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's suspending his White House run and is backing Donald Trump, but he told supporters they can still support him.
My name will remain on the ballot in most states.
At an appearance in Phoenix, Kennedy said internal polls had shown his presence in the race would hurt Trump and help Democratic nominee Kamala Harris. There are reports of multiple people killed and wounded at a festival in the city of Solingen, marking its 650th anniversary. Solingen in Germany is near Cologne. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the central bank is ready to start lowering interest rates.
The time has come for policy to adjust. The direction of travel is clear, and the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
Powell made the comments at the Fed's annual economic conference in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. He didn't say when the rate cuts would happen, but the Fed is expected to announce a modest quarter-point cut in its benchmark rate when it meets in mid-September. Wall Street with big gains after the news from the Fed. The Dow rose 462, the Nasdaq up 258, the S&P plus 63. America is listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Coach! The yellow light!
God, I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. This is Tim Gatos. I'm back guest hosting for Jason today. Thank you so much for being with us on this rainy day here in the Pacific Northwest. There's so much to cover today between Kamala Harris Robert Kennedy Jr. suspending his campaign, endorsing Donald Trump. We'll also talk to Dave Reicher about the gubernatorial race here in the state of Washington. A lot to get to. Here's what's trending, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
What's trending? Let's get political.
Vice President Kamala Harris entered a grueling neck-and-neck race after her big speech Thursday, accepting the presidential nomination at the DNC, where she received a big send-off from party delegates, ecstatic that she replaced a faltering President Biden at the top of the ticket. Ms. Harris, who became the first female president nominee, touted her working-class childhood and promised to unify the country and fight for ordinary people. Her speech, like her campaign so far, was light on details about how she would govern. She said she'll be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. She talked about how the importance of the border security is incredibly important to her.
After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal.
The word of the decade is gaslighting. And we'll see if anyone holds any politician's feet to the fire in terms of what they say and what they do. Because I tell you, after watching a few days of this, it was like, my goodness, am I living in an alternative universe here? Because it seems like what people are saying and what is actually happening on the ground is really not the case. But until people are held accountable, then you can keep saying whatever you want to say. But that's one of the points Kamala Harris made last night. She also talked about the economy that is going to work for all Americans that she's going to bring to us.
That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries.
We'll dive into this later in the program, but I tell you, for folks like us, we're just living on the ground day to day, and we go to the store and we're just living paycheck to paycheck. This just does not compute. I don't understand how people can get so excited about this type of rhetoric when, of course, Democrats have been in the White House 12 of the last 16 years, and Democrats have controlled the majority of Senate and House of Representatives for those years. And I tell you, for those of us that are going to the store and seeing the day-to-day grocery prices, that just does not resonate with me. But we'll dive into that later. We'll turn our attention a little bit here to the state of Washington. It was reported yesterday that Bob Ferguson withdrew from a gubernatorial debate, which was set to take place on October 11th. And it made a lot of headlines yesterday about Ferguson withdrawing. A lot of folks wondering what this was all about. The Washington State Debate Coalition, which was founded by nonprofit Seattle City Club, they were set to host an event at Central Washington University, and their CEO came out yesterday and said Ferguson withdrew, very frustrated by this and upset by this. And now there's some new information that's come out today that basically Alicia Crank, who is the CEO of the Seattle City Club, said, I kind of made a little bit of a mistake, said, quote, while the majority of the statement is accurate, the uses of withdraw and pulling out of the debate were too strong of a description to summarize what happened. To talk to us about that, as well as the campaign, is Republican candidate Dave Reicher for governor. Dave, always great to talk to you. Welcome back to the program.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tim.
I tell you, give us your reaction to what's been happening here the last 24 hours with this debate and Ferguson perhaps withdrawing, and maybe there's some miscommunication there?
Well, I don't. I'm trying to think of another adjective that might describe withdrawing, pulling out, canceling. That would be less descriptive and more politically correct. I don't know what they're trying to do. Balance his decision not to be a participant in a debate. So it's just sort of comical. First of all, disappointed that he has chosen not to debate. If this is going to be his tactic, it's been a tactic that's been used by others, sort of duck and hide. And he knows he's got a serious race ahead of him. And I think he's a little bit concerned about that, and maybe concerned about talking about some of the things that he says he's now for, but was actually against, and things that he's against that he used to be for.
Yeah. So he gave us a statement where he said, hey, I was talking about participating, but I never committed to this event. So to say that I pulled out is not totally accurate, but he's playing games here, it sounds like, Dave.
Yeah, well, when we committed, we were told that he was committed. So there was never any miscommunication, at least as far as we were concerned. Our campaign team was told that he had committed, and we were committed to it. And then we learned otherwise. Hopefully, we've got a couple of other debates on date saved, September 10th on King 5 and Seattle Times sponsored, and another on the I think it's on the 18th of September in Spokane. So maybe we'll see if he shows up at one of those two or both.
Yeah, well, I sure hope so, because I think that's a critical foundation for folks making a decision, especially he might be not interested in showing up because he may have to talk about this investigative report that came out in the Seattle Times this past week regarding sexual offenders, and how really the state of Washington has unbelievably dropped the ball on releasing sex offenders into our community without even communicating to neighbors or anyone what's happening. To me, I read this, and this was damning to me. I mean, it was unconscionable that anyone on one side can say, hey, I care about public safety. I care about the people, the neighbors, and to hear what this report is doing, what's happening in our state. It was unbelievable. What's your reaction to this?
Well, to me, I get angry. And I'm sure there's a lot of people across the state that are angry. They may have been victims. They may have family members that have been victims of sexual assault or other crime connected with these sex offenders. Having worked Green River for so many years and collected scores and scores of dead bodies of teenagers who were involved in the human trafficking trade. And it's connected because the people out there using young girls as prostitutes are sex offenders. They are raping 16-year-old, 15-year-old, 14-year-old girls. A lot of them have backgrounds and a rap sheet in sex offenses. And the other thing that really makes me angry is the fact that he's been boasting about his task force that has worked tirelessly to put sex offenders in prison. And then we find out that only 500 of them actually in jail, and the other 3,500 or so have been released into our communities. Shows absolutely no regard for the safety of our women and our children in this state. And to be deceptive about it.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. And you connect that to this debate. He's being deceptive, and he's deceptive in everything that he talks about. Even the things that he says on his TV ads about me are lies, and that's his campaign. It's a campaign of lies, and I hope people see through that. and he's spreading fear by telling those lies.
How is there not an outcry from just local Seattle, King County leaders around specifically this report in the Seattle Times? I mean, this is, as I said, unconscionable when you're releasing violent offenders back into the community without anyone knowing, and then many of them are doing these same crimes again. How is there just not an outcry? That, to me, it's just I cannot understand it, how there's not more people coming out who are in, quote unquote, his camp saying, you know what, this is not right.
Yeah. Well, Tim, it's something that I've been hearing around the state. And when I say it, there is not a head in the crowd that does not nod yes when you say we are living in an upside down world where we blame victims and we excuse criminals. And that's where Bob Ferguson is. He's a pro-criminal guy. He's pro-drug use. He helped legalize drugs in this state. He is for everything that the average citizen here in Washington State is against. And yet there's I don't know where the outcry is. I'm frustrated by that. In my mind, when you're talking about sex offenders, this is unforgivable.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving past the primary to the general election, you're right in the thick of it, Dave. You got Semi Bird, who brought in 11%, Mark Mullet, who brought in 6%. I mean, if those votes go to you, you're right there. I mean, where are things at with Semi Bird? Is there any chance that he's going to endorse you, or because you got to get those votes?
Yeah, I don't know if he personally will endorse me. I hope that he comes around to that and becomes a leader for the people that supported him, and they can look to him for leadership. I know that the movement that has been occurring is a lot of people who had supported Mr. Byrd in the primary have been calling our office, asking for signs, coming to some of the events that I'm at, listening to me speak, and afterwards coming up and say, okay, now I understand what you stand for, why you're running. I'm going to support you. And we may not agree on everything, which is, something I most often comment when someone says, you don't believe this or you don't believe that, and you didn't represent me in Congress. Well, I had 750,000 people really that I was representing. And why do you think, you and I should be in agreement on everything? My wife and I don't agree on everything, yet we've been together for 54 years. So there is a pathway to a friendship and relationship, even when we don't agree on everything. And Ronald Reagan was, if you're 80% with me, you are my friend.
Yeah. Well, we just saw Robert Kennedy Jr., who endorsed Trump here a couple hours ago, who basically said the same thing. He said, hey, I do not agree with Trump on all things. A lot of things I don't. And there's some things I get frustrated with. But you know what? This is more important, because there's a few things I think are at the 50,000-foot view. He's talking about, wars, and he's talking about health of children, and he's talking about all these things. He goes, those things are way more important for me. And that was his reasoning for, endorsing Trump today. And perhaps, I think for you to get into, into Olympia, we've got to, have those voters, Semi-Bird voters, as well as Mark Mullet. What would you say to Mark Mullet voters? Probably the independents, moderate Dems, the 6% who voted for Mullet. What would you say to them?
Yeah, I would say the same thing to them. It's you're with me 80%. I'm with you 80% of the time. We are on the same page. Essentially, we're not always going to agree. And one of the things I've learned over my career in law enforcement, especially, and in Congress, of course, is just listening to people. across the spectrum, the political spectrum. That's what I have done. That's what I will continue to do, is be a listener and take their ideas and find solutions based upon what the people of Washington State see as the best solution. And that's really where I've got. I'm not an ideologue. I don't make decisions on ideology. I make decisions based on fact. And so if they want a government that is really looking for solutions, something new, because if we, the message is if we vote for Bob Ferguson, we're going to get the same tired solutions and approach to problems that we've had the last 12 years, especially. If you want change and some freshness, then vote for me, and we can solve problems together.
Yeah. Dave Reichert, always great to talk to you, Republican candidate for governor here in the state of Washington. Really appreciate you joining us today on the program. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. Hey,
Bye.
At least 5 Secret Service agents have been placed on modified duty after the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump in July. They include a special agent in charge of the Pittsburgh field office and 3 other agents assigned to that office, which was responsible for the security planning ahead of the July 13th rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. One of the 5 agents was assigned to Trump's protective detail. The official was not authorized to publicly disclose details of the personnel investigation, spoke with anonymity, but the agents on administrative lead saying, hey, this is something that is absolutely critical that's going on here, that multiple investigations have been launched as officials probe a complicated law enforcement failure that allowed a man with an AR-style rifle to get close enough to shoot and injure Trump at the rally. Of course, Trump was struck in the ear but avoided serious injury. One spectator was killed, 2 others were injured. At a congressional hearing after the assassination attempt, Kim Cheadle, who was the then director of the Secret Service, acknowledged that the Secret Service was told about a suspicious person 2 to 5 times before the shooting. She also revealed that the roof from which Thomas Matthew Crooks opened fire had been identified as a potential vulnerability days before the rally. Acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe, who took over for Cheadle, said he cannot defend why that roof was not better secured. I tell you, that seems, Jackson, like 3 years ago at this point, even though it's only been just a short time ago, a little over 4 weeks, that so much has happened in this world that feels like a very long time ago. But glad to see that there's some discipline that's getting put down here. I tell you, we're going to be shortly talking about Robert Kennedy Jr. And I mentioned this earlier. The big news today that he came out and is suspending his campaign and announced that he is going to be supporting former President Donald Trump. We'll get to his address here in a few minutes, but he issued some significant, severe words for the Democratic Party, how they've handled their election, media censorship. He said, I've made the heart-wrenching decision to suspend my campaign and to support President Trump. This decision is agonizing for me because of the difficulties it causes me and my children and my friends. We'll get into this a little bit later. That's big news out of today. Before we dive into the kind of the nitty-gritty of that, I think this is going to be a significant. A lot of people are saying, I don't know if this is going to move the needle. I think this will move the needle. I really do. I think there's a lot of folks out there. I'm one of those folks, Jackson, who was, I liked Robert Kennedy Jr. I still do. I liked that he came out initially, and especially during the COVID years, and was very vociferous around the challenges and outspoken about the things that we were doing as a country around COVID and the lockdowns and the vaccine mandates. I mean, he was one of the, coming from especially his side, longtime Democrat, coming out and speaking. I had a lot of respect for someone, especially in his camp, knowing that he was going to take a lot of heat, and he was willing to come out and speak with courage and conviction around those things. So when he announced his campaign for president, I said, man, anyone who's willing to be that courageous in the midst of, a lot of his friends, family members coming after him, my goodness sakes, that's gonna mean a lot. Jackson, you got some initial reaction?
Well, I think the Kennedy family Thanksgiving is going to be very awkward this year.
I think it's been awkward for a few years. I saw a great quote, though, from one of our colleagues here on KTTH. He says, when a lifelong Democrat from an iconic Democrat family who tried to run as a Democrat and whose running mate, Nicole Shanahan, was a Democrat, warns you about the dangers of voting for the Democrats in this election, you should probably listen. That's a well said. And we'll get into some of his comments in a little bit. Also, later on the program, we're going to be talking to Keith Carpenter. Keith is a small business owner on North Aurora Avenue up in North Seattle. You know that if you've driven along Aurora Avenue, the crime that is magnifying up there is unreal. The amount of prostitution, the amount of, homicides, gun violence, it is unlike anything that Aurora Avenue has seen. And Aurora Avenue has seen a lot. And I'll tell you, I've talked to people up there. We'll talk to Keith, who's a longtime resident and business owner up there, who says, we've never seen anything like this on Aurora Avenue. Again, that's saying a lot. So he'll be with us later in the program. So stay with us. I'm Tim Gatos. I'm guest hosting for Jason today on the Jason Rantz Show. We'll be right back.
It's the Dan Bongino Show.
The show is always going to be your home for breaking news, and I promise you, we will never, ever mislead you.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
I am not in the business of clickbait, bull theories, and nonsense out there. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. Too old. I've learned too many lessons. I'm very proud of my record. Our batting average here is close to 1,000 because we never get spun up. We wait for the facts because they matter. You know why they matter? Because you matter. And if you're going to trust me as a source of information, I promise you I am never going to burn you. I promise you.
On KTTH.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Beach Bum.
Hey, we're heading down to the beach. You coming?
Yeah, Dad. You coming?
I had a little too much to eat at the resort buffet. I need a minute. Oh, you overdid it. And now your beach vacation is giving you belly waves. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief so you can get back to making memories.
Let's go, Dad!
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace! You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
As summer comes to a close, think about how you looked and felt. Jason Rantz here for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. You maybe felt self-conscious about how you looked in your shorts and T-shirts or tank top and bathing suit. You felt tired when you were out and about enjoying the great weather. You got winded playing with your kids in the park. Use that as the motivation to begin the program at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, a safe, healthy, and sustainable weight loss program that doesn't come with gimmicks like pills or injections. You eat real food. You lose weight. You look and feel your very best. Isn't that what you want? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is the most convenient plan that I know of. And you can call them right now for a no-obligation consultation. All you need is 15 minutes. 425-403-7670. 425-403-7670. Or visit them online, eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Stay with KTTH as Republicans push to win back the White House.
This is the most election of our lifetime.
Kamala Harris ran a hard left campaign in 2020 because she is a hard left person. And there was not a single insane, destructive cause that she did not sign on to pander to and appeal to the hardcore left in this country.
Download the AM 770 KTTH app in your Apple or Android app store or at KTTH.com. Stay informed with KTTH, your campaign headquarters.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Hey, welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason today. Thanks so much for being with us on this rainy day here in the Pacific Northwest. Big news, though, out around the country. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. from the iconic Kennedy family, iconic Democrat Kennedy family, came out today, suspended his independent presidential campaign and threw his support behind Republican nominee Donald Trump, saying in remarks in Phoenix that he was endorsing the former president because he saw no viable path to the White House. He said 3 issues encouraged him to leave the Democratic Party and to throw his support to Trump: free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. We'll get to some of his remarks today in a few minutes, which were incredible. He came out and spoke very eloquently, and things that I have been incredibly discouraged by when it comes to the Democrat Party, when it comes to what's happening in our country, the censorship, the sense of the media kind of upholding this propaganda approach that we've seen, the censorship, First Amendment attacks, and to have someone from the family of Robert Kennedy is absolutely stunning. I don't know if anyone would have thought of this 5 or 10 years ago because of what the Kennedy family has meant to the Democrat Party. If there's when you think of in our country, when you think of a political family, number 1 is the Kennedys, number 2 is the Bushes, and probably number 3 is the Clintons, and so on and so forth. They are, when you think of a political family, and so this is very significant. Day-to-day, Robert Kennedy Jr. coming out and talking about this. One of his comments, he really blasted the modern-day Democrat Party and said it's not the party of his father, Robert Kennedy Sr., and his uncle, John F. Kennedy.
16 months ago, in April of 2023, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money.
Robert Kennedy Jr., his remarks. Jackson, this is, I think, a remarkable moment. Things that we've been talking about for quite a long time. These things getting exposed at a level that is absolutely necessary. But I mean, we saw this in the Democrat National Convention, where really there really was no discussion on policies in this convention. It was essentially it was a concert. It was a very well-produced event of speakers and musicians and, cheerleaders and, so on and so forth. And of course, that's what conventions are. Conventions have that nature to them. But this in particular had a level of really a lack of like, hey, here's our policies. Here's what we're going to do. Kamala Harris didn't speak in any great detail about policies. We don't really know that much about what she wants to do if she were to become president. One person said that this was a sugar high of a convention, that once people come off the sugar high, it was all sugar. And really, there's a lot of production behind it. And you can see these in the videos that are put out, very highly scripted videos. That's why they have all these social media influencers on there, because in TikTok videos, these little snippet videos that you can try to influence people with little snippets, which just shows you how superficial we've become as a people, right? That we can be influenced by 30-second, TikTok videos. Obviously, you've been influenced by 30-second commercials for a long time, but but I tell you, the fact that there was really no substance, it was all style, no substance at the DNC. I didn't learn anything in terms of what the policies are going to be. I learned that they don't like Trump. I learned that.
I heard one commentator, it might have been Scott Jennings on CNN or something, but they called it the Seinfeld campaign because it's a campaign about nothing.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. Well, in his remarks today, Robert Kennedy Jr. actually had the same thing to say, that really they don't have a platform. Their platform is essentially hating Trump.
Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day. Well, who needs a policy when you have Trump to hate? In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice in 4 days.
We are at a time now where we don't vote for people anymore, really, in a sense, right? We're voting for kind of an ecosystem, or a system might be a better way of putting it. So people, the fact that there's so much enthusiasm for Kamala Harris, just all of a sudden, it's not like they're just excited about Kamala Harris. It's just they're excited about their system, their way of life, their religion, so to speak, right? I mean, that is the excitement. And that if when you're watching that, it's like it was a religious service, a church service. That's what those were. I mean, their policies or the things that they believe. I mean, that's the Bible, and the yelling and the screaming for their their politicians. I mean, those are that's the worship service, right? I mean, that's the worship songs that they're singing, and it happens on certainly on both sides, and it happens in our country because we have a issue of in an old term, idolatry. We have a religion of idolatry. We have people that we idolize. I mean, and that's what we worship. And so it was like 4 days of worship at DNC. And it's not like we're voting for a person anymore. We're voting for a system. And that's just kind of how it works, right? And the same thing that Robert Kennedy Jr. talks about, one of the reasons he's endorsing Trump and getting on the kind of the Trump train isn't because of the person, it's because of the things behind it, right? The quote unquote system. And of course, the things that Robert Kennedy Jr. Is about is, he's anti-war. He is pro-children, and he's pro-First Amendment. So, I mean, that's why he's putting his support. In fact, here's a clip of him announcing his support for Trump.
Three great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children.
Well, this is going to be I think a deal maker for Trump. This is big for Trump, Jackson. I'd be curious your thoughts. I mean, I think that this moves the needle. I'm hearing some people are saying, this won't be a big deal. It's not going to move the needle. You're going to have people who are not going to vote for Trump because they were going to vote for Kennedy. But I don't know. I really think that this is going to be a big deal. I think especially in those battleground states where you're talking the difference in votes is in the thousands.
Small margins, yeah.
You're talking small margins. I mean, maybe I doubt in the hundreds, but could be in the hundreds. We've seen that. But in the thousands. And, I mean, that's a small margin. And I saw someone, Andrew Yang, who's a former Democratic presidential candidate, who's still involved in politics. He just tweeted a little bit ago, and he put out an unscientific poll on his Twitter about how many of you RFK Jr. supporters are going to vote for, Trump, Harris, neither or unsure. 53% were Trump, 27% were Harris. So at that ratio, I mean, you look at, 53 to 20, that's 26% difference. Let's just take that as a obviously unscientific poll, but just Andrew Yang's a Democrat, right? So probably most of his followers could be more leaning that way. If there's a 26% difference and you're talking about in a certain state, that's going to absolutely move the needle, don't you think?
Yeah, and obviously we've seen third-party spoilers in American history before, not even that long ago. I mean, George Bush beat Al Gore probably because Ralph Nader ran.
Right. Yeah, I mean, then you've got Ross Perot going back to 92, right? If Ross Perot doesn't run, probably Bush wins that thing. I'll bet you. Well, here's Trump thanking Kennedy for the endorsement just an hour or two ago.
We just had a very nice endorsement from RFK Jr., Bobby. And I'll be talking about that. We're heading out right after this. We're going to be going to Arizona. We'll be talking about that and a lot of other things, too. But I just want to thank everybody. And I want to thank Bobby. That was very nice. That was really very nice. That's big. He's a great guy, respected by everybody.
Well, the question will be is if Kennedy goes out on the campaign trail, it's one thing to be like, all right, I endorse Trump. Okay, that's it. But if he actually goes out on the campaign trail with Trump, that would, I think, be a big deal, especially in some of those battleground states. And then you got Kennedy's running mate, who is the vice presidential candidate, Nicole Shanahan. Nicole is a longtime Democrat, very well respected in the state of California. And she's, of course, part of this. She said just a few minutes ago on Twitter to Kennedy, "You sparked a movement that millions of Americans have been longing for. It has been one of my greatest honors to run this race with you. It has been awe-inspiring to witness the fearlessness you showed in the face of censorship, blatant lies about your character, and even threats against your life. Thank you, Bobby." So you got Nicole Shanahan, you got Bobby Kennedy. If they go out, again, campaigning for Trump, I think that could be a pretty big deal. So we'll see. And then, of course, Jackson, in a bit of news that is not going to surprise anyone, CNN cuts off Robert Kennedy's speech as soon as he starts to criticize Kamala Harris. In fact, here's a quick clip of that.
At the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35 days.
We've been listening to independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Oh, we've had enough of that.
Cut.
Get off, cut. Oh, my goodness. We'll get into that a little bit later here on the program, and we'll show you the ways that the media acts and reacts. It's very lazy, and it's incredible how the journalistic standards have completely fallen so far, but not on this program. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason Rantz today. I hope you stay with us. We got a great lineup coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommended you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Getting stuck in traffic is awful, but not nearly as bad as getting injured in a car accident. Jason Rantz here. If you or someone you know has been injured in a car accident, you need to call the law offices of Harold D. Carr. His website is haroldcarrattorney.com. Carr is spelled with two R's, C-A-R-R. He and his 48-person team deal with insurance companies so you can focus on getting better again, getting your life back to order again. Let them work to secure the best settlement possible, while insurance companies might give you the runaround, might make your life a huge pain, might force you into playing phone tag. They're not going to do that with Harold D. Carr. He and his team have helped over 22,000 people with their personal injury cases since 1989. Make sure you are backed by the best. That's Harold Carr. HaroldCarrattorney.com, C-A-R-R, HaroldCarrattorney.com. That's HaroldCarrattorney.com.
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you, I will. Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text EARN to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text EARN to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text EARN to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text EARN to 64,000.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. There's a lot of chaos in the world, so take a break from social media and self-serving politicians. At Leathers in Issaquah, our design professionals will guide you to a happy place by elevating your home environment. More than leather, choose from the latest fabrics and solid wood, something for every room in your home. Our guaranteed low prices, quality, and service will lower your blood pressure and be kind to your wallet. So check the chaos at the door and come experience a Zen moment at Leathers in Issaquah.
Hey, we are back here. Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason today. Thanks for being with us on this Friday here in the great Pacific Northwest. And, of course, we've just been talking about Robert Kennedy Jr., but his frustration with the media, which I tell you, I pride myself as a independent thinker, not beholden to a political party, but wanting to look at facts and objectivity. And it really is incredible. It really is. I mean, especially after watching this DNC and what's been going on since Kamala Harris has jumped into the race, a month ago. And it's amazing to me. Do they not see it? Like, do they not see the abject just movement towards one person, one party? It really is incredible to me. I think Jason talked about this maybe a week or two ago, but I think the classic showcasing of this is the recent Stephen Colbert interview with Caitlin Collins of CNN, where he made the comment about, of course you guys are objective, and of course he was being serious, and then the whole studio audience started laughing about that, which that's Stephen Colbert's audience. That's not Donald Trump's audience. That's Stephen Colbert's audience, and they all just started laughing about that. And I think that's just a great indicator of where things are at, and the media just is unwilling to even look at that, approach that, and say, man, we are complicit and we have to do better. And now you look at coming out of this DNC where it was just, I mean, my goodness. I mean, the headlines, I just laugh every day when I read headlines. And of course we know, here's some specific examples of this we'll show you. And later we'll get to how this works with the media. And the rumor was that Beyonce was going to come, and this is how it works with the media. We'll get into this in a second, but I'll give you some examples. So ABC's Jonathan Karl, he compares Kamala to Ronald Reagan.
They talk about her, the Republicans, the Trump Republicans, as a San Francisco liberal, as a radical. They call her Comrade Kamala. But she gave a speech, George, that if you take out that section on abortion rights, much of this speech could have been delivered at a Republican convention before Trump. She talked tough on Iran. She promised that as commander-in-chief, America would have the most lethal and strongest fighting force in the world. She talked tough on Russia, on China. She talked about border security. She really gave a speech that was designed to go at independents, moderates, disaffected Republicans, the vast majority of undecided voters in the country. A very interesting move and quite a contrast from the way she ran for president the first time when she tried to get the nomination 4 years ago. This is a Kamala Harris that sounded a little bit more like Maggie Thatcher or Ronald Reagan, especially on national security, than like Bernie Sanders.
My goodness sakes. Kamala Harris and Ronald Reagan. There you have it, folks. There you have it. 2 peas in a pod.
She's practically the Iron Lady, reincarnated.
Oh, my goodness gracious. And speaking of Reagan, by the way, his movie's coming out next week. They just had the premiere down at the Grauman's Chinese Theater down in Hollywood. Mark Joseph, who's the producer of that, he's a longtime friend, great guy. That's coming out. You've heard Dennis Quaid coming out. He plays Reagan, and he says that movie was getting censored. Facebook was censoring Reagan ads. I mean, my goodness sake. So the media is carrying the water for Harris. There's ABC's Jonathan Karl saying she's kind of like Ronald Reagan. Here's a CBS reporter saying the DNC had a party-like atmosphere.
Nora, I am on the convention floor, but that floor is now covered up to my waist in balloons. I think the confetti's in the air, the big balloons are flying, and the 2024 Democratic National Convention is definitely in the books, and people are loving it down here. Chuck Schumer, was he dancing, was he prancing? I just saw him go by. We've got cheers. We've got a certain underwater quality as people dodge the balloons, a certain concert quality as people wait and enjoy the music. And I will leave the reviewing of the content to you, but the emotion and the feeling down here is, I don't know, 7-year-old's birthday party is how I would put it. There is joy and there's not a lot of thinking. It's a good time.
Yeah, it's a good time. Oh, my goodness. These are supposed to be objective
They're just telling you how it is.
Yeah. I mean, isn't like a journalist's job to like probe and really dissect things and look for ways to, really understand what's happening here and look for the holes in the reasoning. I see this in Seattle. I've seen it for a long time now. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, the politicians and media, I mean, they're buddies, right? It's kind of a quid pro quo, right? Like you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. I mean, I've been at functions, events, parties. They're very cozy with each other, and they both, they have a ideology that they agree with, and they both have power that they want, and so they can, they can continue to get the things they want by being friends with each other, and that's just really how it works. And unfortunately, on the media side, that's not how the media and journalism should work. But at one point, that became more important. So let's play this. Do we have time for this last one? Nope.
Yeah.
We'll play it later. Okay, let's play it. Here's Rachel Maddow calling Kamala's speech historic.
Actually, let's do it after the break.
We'll do it after the break. Oh, you're going to want to stick around for this one. Hey, I'm Tim Gatos. I'm guest hosting for Jason Rantz today on the Jason Rantz Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. It feels like when people are in trouble, they know that the notices are going to get to them, and then they start getting to them and getting sent over and over and over again. It doesn't stop.
Once you start receiving IRS notices, there's a guarantee in there. They will not stop. They will continue to come to your mailbox, and you'll continue to feel really uneasy about opening that mailbox because there could be an IRS nastygram. And in time, they will get more and more aggressive. And when you finally receive a certified letter from the IRS, you're getting to the end of avoiding them.
And by then, it's not too late to contact you, but the truth is they should be starting immediately.
I understand why people procrastinate. We all do, especially when it comes to things that are painful. But in time, if you do not respond to that IRS notice or get help early on, you will eventually need help. and then it will be really a rat's nest and very expensive to get through.
I saw something I found unfortunately humorous because I know better, thanks to you, that some people think, oh, I just won't file my tax return. That means the IRS can't get me. Oh, no, that's not what it means at all.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, okay, I don't file, so I'm good to go. The IRS isn't going to find me.
Yeah, I feel like if that were a loophole, they'd figure that one out pretty quickly.
Yeah, they have means to figure out who is not paying taxes.
Why go with someone who's local rather than someone who is in another state? Who cares?
Well, if I was the client, I would want to be local because then if something goes awry, I know where to go. I know what door to knock on. If there's someone from Colorado or California, are you going to take an air flight and get over there and knock on their door? I don't think so.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Follow us on Facebook. Facebook.com/770KTTH.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Spoiler. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announcing he's suspending his campaign and endorsing former President Trump.
Kennedy says he's staying on the ballot in most states, but he's removing himself from them in 10 battleground states that could pave the way to the White House. Making the announcement, Kennedy blasted the party that his family has helped lead for more than 6 decades.
In the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth.
Once considered a spoiler candidate for entering the race, Kennedy could have the same effect by leaving it. At the peak of his candidacy, his support hit double digits, but his polling and fundraising numbers have since plunged.
Fox's Grady Trimble. Donald Trump is set to campaign this hour in Arizona with Kennedy. The Harris-Walz campaign with a statement reading it part: for any American out there who is tired of Donald Trump and looking for a new way forward, ours is a campaign for you. Authorities in the western German city of Salingen say 3 people were killed and 4 seriously wounded in an attack at a festival marking the 650th anniversary of the city. The Festival of Diversity began today and was supposed to run through Sunday. A second former Memphis police officer has pled guilty in the death of Tyree Nichols, the black man who was beaten by several officers during a traffic stop last year. Emmett Martin could face 40 years in prison.
The family is relieved that another officer has admitted their role in these heinous acts.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump. In November, former Memphis officer Desmond Mills Jr. reached a similar deal. America's listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason today. Thank you so much for being with us on this amazing day, this rainy day here in the Pacific Northwest. Here's what's trending.
What's trending in Seattle?
This hour is brought to you by Northwest Safe Company. You know, last week, a significant proposal at Seattle City Council, Kathy Moore, District 5, aiming to target sex trafficking and gun violence. It's drawing both strong opposition and support from the public. You may have seen some of the video that was happening down in council chambers. Many people coming out, many who were thinking that this is not the greatest thing to do. The ordinance, it's submitted by Kathy Moore, was first read at a council public safety committee meeting, and it's really looking at what's going on Aurora Avenue here in Seattle. Of course, a long-time place where not a lot of great things have gone down, but things have gotten a lot worse in the last couple years. And Kathy Moore, who is a new city council member, who's coming on and saying, you know what, I'm going to do something about this. Certainly appreciate that about Council Member Moore. And she came up with the Stay Out of Area Prostitution, or SOAP for short. The SOAP Zone proposal would put the crime of prostitution loitering back on Seattle's books 4 years after it was initially struck by the city council. In 2020, council members unanimously repealed the previous prostitution loitering ordinance, citing harm to sex workers who are already at high risk of trafficking, abuse, and exploitation. And data that similar laws in other cities show that disproportionate impact people of color. In a press release, Kathy Moore said the new law is in response to commercial sex exploitation and the rampant and escalating gun violence that is accompanying it along Aurora Avenue North. Seattle police data shows that from mid-May to mid-July, there are 31 shooting incidents in the area. I have seen a number of video footage on Twitter showing, especially around, I think it was 107th and Aurora. I mean, it's like a battle zone. It's a war zone of arsenal out there. It's unbelievable what's going on. My friend Keith Carpenter, he has been a advocate, a supporter of Aurora Avenue for many, many years. He's a small business owner. He's a pastor, and he has been doing incredible work for many years on Aurora. He's seen the ups and downs of it, and I know he's involved, and I want to get his reaction to this new ordinance from Seattle Councilmember Kathy Moore. Keith, welcome to the program.
Hey, good to be here. Thanks a lot.
Keith, you've got a small business. You've got Pilgrim Coffee, which is an incredible coffee shop up there on Aurora Avenue North. Also pastor of Epic Life Church on Aurora Avenue. And you've been, you've seen a lot of things. The old saying, I've seen things. And now we've got a lot of support and a lot of opposition for this new zone proposal that Kathy Moore, Seattle City Council member, is bringing. What's your reaction to this?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very thankful that Kathy Moore has been interested enough to stop in and walk on the streets with a lot of us. And, you know, I've been here for 16 years now, and I've seen a lot kind of come and go, and a lot of politicians throw promises, but nothing actually happens. And it's really good to see her doing some good things and actually activity happening behind what she says she's going to do. So I've been appreciating that, and I know the neighbors have too. I don't understand, honestly, why there's an opposition to this. It's a kind of an interesting opposition, to tell you the truth, and it must be from people who don't live here.
Why do you think it's
neighbors are
interesting?
all-
Tell us about the.
Well, it does. What I've heard so far is it seems like the opposition is saying, "Hey, what you're planning, Councilmember Moore, isn't going to work, doesn't work, and so we should not do anything." And maybe they have a better plan. I'm not sure, but something has to be done. And so at least she's attempting to do something that is actually really compassionate and healthy to the neighborhood, to the entire neighborhood.
Yeah.
Not just the one group of people.
Take our listeners, give them a sense of what it might be like on a kind of a day in and day out basis along Aurora Avenue. You and I was up there with you a few months ago. We were part of a cleanup in that neighborhood, and I was standing with you. And as people were kind of gathering, and this is 9 a.m. in the morning on a Saturday morning, and people are checking, volunteers are checking in at the registration table to, check in to volunteer. And then all of a sudden, these 3 or 4 cars kind of pull up and are, maybe like 30 feet away. We're in this kind of larger parking lot at the kind of the old Oak Tree Cinemas there. And you walk over and you're talking to these guys for, a handful of minutes and then come back and you're like, yeah, I got to kind of try to keep things peaceful here. Tell us about what things are like on a day in and day out basis, and tell us about who those guys were that you're talking to and the relationships you have there.
Yeah, I think I want to make sure everybody knows that I care for every human that walks through our door, every human that walks on the street. And I'm not looking for some bad apple or somebody to throw away. And so when I see a group of guys, and those guys, they're in the neighborhood, they saw what was happening. Every time we gather on the street or walk on the street and pray or do some cleanup or graffiti cleanup or something like that, some of these guys show up and they're running, they're pimps, and they're dealing with women on the street, and so they're there. They believe that it's their property and their land and their turf, and so it makes them nervous when people are doing some things out on the street. And so at that instance, those 3 guys pulled up in their 2 cars, and I think they were just curious on what was going on, and I'm always just figure, if I just talk to people and be nice, then I'll get some response out there and some mutual respect. But the problem is recently, and actually, honestly, we've done this several times, that every single time that we're out on the street, the same thing happens. We're approached, we're not approached, we're looked at from a distance by some cars and or drive-bys watching what we're doing. And so even just recently when Councilmember Moore was up there with a few others and Sattler and a couple others were on the street, same thing happened. Cars drove by slowly. We knew who they were. We've seen them on the street many, many times. And so I don't know if it's a fear tactic or maybe just curiosity, not sure, but there's a lot going on. And I can walk you across the street from our coffee shop. The coffee shop is a community gathering place, and it's really the only gathering place in the neighborhood, and it's really just a really good thing in the neighborhood. But I can walk you across the street to, bullet holes in the wall and in people's and neighbors' windows in their front living room and cars, just from I think 2 days ago now, a new one. And so right there's just a lot going on, more than ever, and it feels like the Wild West in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
just with bullets flying.
Well, and
it makes me nervous for our employees and our customers.
Oh my goodness, I bet. I mean, I've seen these videos. A lot of them are kind of in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. But I tell you, it's like they're in a war zone with hundreds of bullets going out. I mean, and probably some of the pimps that you're talking about. Those are probably those same guys that you've built these relationships with and who are, doing very violent, harmful things to these girls out on the streets. My goodness sakes. I can't believe that, our politicians and those in charge are kind of okay with it, right? They watch those videos and they're like, "Oh, you know what? There's nothing we can do about it. Like they
would not be okay if they were living on that street, right? And so when you have people now yell about these new laws or ordinances, these ordinances are being unfair to certain people, and it's just not even reality. It's not being unfair to certain people. It's actually trying to help all the people involved. And so it goes back to this compassion thing that people love to throw around, being compassionate to everything. But compassion is only worth something if there's justice involved as well. And so that's where true love actually comes in.
So the ACLU of Washington, they sent a letter to the Seattle City Council specifically about this ordinance and said this would, quote, not only cruelly target our most vulnerable populations and expand police powers to harass our neighbors. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I want to know what their alternative is, and so the loitering rule is the way they are entering into it is actually to be kind, to be able to approach women who might be trafficked on the street, and it gives them the opportunity to do that. And without that, the police officers have no opportunity. And they're throwing the thing out there like all officers are evil and crooks and horrible people. And it's really just isn't true. I know a lot of them here in the North Seattle precinct, and Captain Agar is a fantastic leader, and she's got some really, really good officers. And they're really guys and women who want to help, and they want an opportunity to help. And if their hands are tied, they can't help. And actually, then it's more dangerous for them. It's more dangerous for the women on the street. And this isn't this is homegrown neighborhood women on the street, neighborhood boys necessarily. This is the circuit of trafficking that's happening. And if it was one of their daughters out there being trafficked from a different state through our city and into a different city and into a different city on a circuit, they would want something done. And I just don't think they're close enough to the situation to really be able to speak well about the situation.
This is Keith Carpenter we've been talking to. He's a small business owner of Pilgrim Coffee on Aurora Avenue, also a pastor in the neighborhood as well, been a community leader for a number of years. And we need folks to get up there. Right? I mean, we need more good people to just come along, folks in Aurora and say, you know what, we can do better. And Keith, I don't know if you saw this. There was recently a great article that talked about the difference between Aurora Avenue, Shoreline, and Seattle. Yeah. And KUOW did this great article about the difference. Why, essentially, the article is, why is Aurora Avenue crime concentrated in Seattle and not Shoreline? Because the dividing line is 145th Street, and then all of a sudden, it's like you have all these problems and issues south of 145th, but then you go north into Shoreline, and it's like a totally different place, even though it's the same street and same road. What can we do? What can we do to as a community to create fostering and the wholeness of this place?
I don't know what Shoreline was before 2008, but it's kind of been like that since I've been around. And I didn't read the article, but I do see it every single day as I drive past 145th, and I'm on Aurora often. And so what Shoreline hasn't allowed perhaps is rampant graffiti and there are people standing on the corner asking for money in Shoreline, but somehow they've made it so that prostitution isn't happening there, and homeless encampments aren't happening there. So I don't know who is responsible for that, but they've also cleaned the street up and made it look really, really nice. That's a big part of it. People kind of stoop to the surroundings, and they end up acting like their surroundings look. And Aurora and 105th, it doesn't look very well.
It's the broken windows theory, right?
Broken windows. Yeah, exactly. It is. And humans kind of go to that. I mean, I'm a pastor. I believe the hope of the world is in Jesus, and the hope of culture is probably coming through a church community. And there's really good things happening right now in 105th and Aurora between Seattle Foursquare and Epic Life Church and some of the other churches, Mosaic and others along the street here, that are doing some really great things, reaching out to people personally and painting over graffiti and cleaning up the street and just walking and praying and being present. There's some good movement happening while the city is moving as well. And I have a lot of hope. At the same time, it feels like there's a real enemy that's pretty ticked off at us and throwing bullets at the same time.
Well, I'm amazed that our city leaders haven't taken more of a broken windows approach. I mean, we saw that in New York City. I mean, if you look back at New York City and how they cleaned up back in the 70s and 80s, and that was a kind of a bedrock foundation principle that if we just let the broken window just be there without fixing it and making it look good, then, it says we care. And we're not going to kind of, remember Twisted Sister, that old 80s metal band? We're not going to take it anymore. We're not going to take it.
One of my favorite songs. Come on.
I mean, that's basically the whole concept. We're not going to take it, right? We're not going to let the graffiti be here. We're not going to let the broken windows be here because we care about it. But our city leaders have decided not to take that approach. And it's funny, I actually, last week I was doing a little community cleanup in downtown and in Denny Park. And I was sharing with some business folks who were part of this cleanup. And I was sharing with them about the broken windows theory and how important it is. And when you take care of something, it communicates a lot, right? And it communicates to people who don't want to take care of this. And they were all like, oh my goodness. Like they were like, oh yes, that is so true. And they were all like, how come we don't do that here? And it's a great question because I think we kind of throw in the towel, especially around, let's say, graffiti. We're like, man, it's just, I've heard that many times from even WashDOT says that. Washington State Department of Transportation. I've seen so many times that they've been quoted saying, well, we do it and then it's just graffitied again the next day. It's like, no, let's just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And of course we need to find those people who keep doing it and make sure that they're not going to do it anymore. But that goes a long way. So
it goes a long ways. And I think it has a lot to do with people who are writing ordinances and laws that they just don't live in the neighborhood. But also this kind of crazy idea that somehow they're being cruel to people who are doing crime. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. It seems like we're being cruel to the neighbors who have putting their children to sleep at night, hoping a bullet doesn't come through their wall. There's a group of citizens, a very large group of citizens that if we want to talk about fair, we're not being fair to and compassionate to. And there's parents, there are real parents I get to introduce you to who have had bullets go through their walls close to their children. And yet we somehow think, well, we're not being fair to these criminals, the people on the street. But where's the compassion? The compassion isn't there. It's this false compassion of some sort.
Keith Carpenter, really appreciate you taking the time today to join us. Pilgrim Coffee. Make sure you check out the amazing folks at Pilgrim Coffee on Aurora Avenue North. We really appreciate you taking the time, Keith. Thanks for all you do.
Hey, always, Tim. Take care, man.
Take care. Hey, some great news. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said today, quote, the time has come for the U.S. Central Bank to cut interest rates as rising risks to the job market left no room for further weakness and inflation was in reach of the Fed's 2% target, offering an explicit endorsement of an imminent policy easing. Here's some of his remarks from earlier today.
Overall, the economy continues to grow at a solid pace, but the inflation and labor market data show an evolving situation. The upside risks to inflation have diminished, and the downside risks to employment have increased. As we highlighted in our last FOMC statement, we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. The time has come for policy to adjust. The direction of travel is clear, and the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We will do everything we can to support a strong labor market as we make further progress toward price stability. With an appropriate dialing back of policy restraint, there is good reason to think that the economy will get back to 2% inflation while maintaining a strong labor market.
There's been a lot of folks out there, I know young people waiting to buy a home until interest rates start coming down because they've been so high. A lot of folks who have kind of put that off are continuing to rent. And is this going to move the needle for many of the millennials, Gen Zers, to get into the housing market because they've been waiting? Like, we need rates to come down because my money is not worth nearly as much as it was. But if rates start coming down, are people going to start jumping into the market now? Jackson, what do you think?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think a big thing for people my age too is like there isn't a ton of inventory. Like I actually considered maybe trying to buy a couple of years ago. I still live in an apartment now, but there was just like nothing out there.
Well, I think that's it's kind of this whole ecosystem where it's going to, people who have been waiting to put something on because the market's been, low. They don't want to buy something else because if they buy something else, then they're going to have to get that high interest rate. But if interest rates come down, then they can look for their next place that they wanted to go. So it kind of just creates this whole kind of back volume of opportunity. So, I mean, I think this is going to be the time. I mean, what's your spot, Jackson? Where would you want to be?
Like where I want to live?
Yeah, where would you want to be if you could name your spot?
Somewhere on the east side. I mean, I'm an east side kid. I grew up in Issaquah. I moved back to Issaquah like a year ago. Okay. And I kind of like being back in my hometown, but I mean, somewhere on the east side. I think I'm a suburban kid by heart. I think.
Yeah. Do a lot of your kind of classmates do they come back to Issaquah and you're seeing them around town at the Village Theater and all that?
They still live in the area. A lot of them still live in Seattle, but I have like one other friend that lives in Issaquah, but yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to these interest rates coming down. I'll tell you that much. I think it's going to help go up quite a bit. Hey, just in, Dan Wilson, the new Mariners manager, just gave his first press conference as a manager. So that makes it Dan Wilson 1, Kamala Harris 0 when it comes to press conferences. So we'll be right back on the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos.
Time for today's edition of Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial. Here's Brian Evans.
Today I want to talk about tax-efficient investment strategies. A lot of people are with financial advisors. They have their money parked someplace. It might be with a large broker-dealer. It might be with the guy that hates annuities, and you're all in the stock market. But you had some questions about some other types of investments, and they really can't talk about them, or maybe they don't know about them or whatever. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. One is with the tax rates as low as they are now, and the future of tax rates likely going to be higher, in my opinion, given what's happening with the socialist Democrats or whatever you want to call them. And I think that rates are going to go up in the future. You might consider more Roth contributions than you had in the past, or even within your 401k, picking Roth strategies so that you're not subjecting yourself to whatever the mystery future income tax rate will be. There's things called fixed index universal life policies where you can put money in and potentially take it down the road on a monthly basis in retirement, income tax free using life insurance rules. There's things called irrevocable life insurance trusts where, again, you can take money out of your estate, gift it to heirs, and when the life insurance pays off, all of those gains are not subject to income tax, nor is your estate, for Washington state or federal purposes, subject to tax. There's Delaware statutory trusts. Of course, we've talked about those. There's some potential benefits maybe to opportunity zones. There's more to come on that. And then just having a great distribution strategy for taking money out in retirement is critical.
And that was Growing Your Wealth with Brian Evans, Madrona Financial. Investments, retirement, taxes, and legacy. MadronaFinancial.com.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth Analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
Summer is in full swing, and Valentine Roofing has been busy helping homeowners turn roof replacements into dream vacations. We've extended our vacation voucher program through the end of August. When you have Valentine Roofing install your new roof this summer, you'll receive a vacation voucher that can be used for a relaxing cruise or beautiful condo stay. The voucher is valid for 2 years, which gives you some time to plan, but the offer ends at the end of this month. Just mention AM 770 KTTH when you schedule your free estimate, and we'll give you all the details. We even have financing options that allow you to pay $0 down and 0 interest until 2026. Imagine sailing away on a cruise, enjoying some sunshine on the beach, or planning that next ski vacation just for replacing your old roof. Don't miss this opportunity. For all your roofing needs, get 3 bids. Just make sure one of them is Valentine Roofing. Call 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate. Make sure to mention AM 770 KTTH before August 31st to get that dream vacation. That's 206 Roofing.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, or CVS.
We have our VP, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
Really the name that had the most buzz. Lots of breadcrumbs leading to the doorstep of J.D. Vance, newly elected just in the last cycle, 39 years old.
What's next in the race to win back the White House? Stay with KTTH for live, local, and national coverage from the conservative voices you trust the most.
Sammamish, Kent, Olympia, Everett.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Centralia, Lakewood.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason today. Thank you so much for being with us. The Big Local, it's brought to you by Alpine Specialty Services down in Renton. The Renton arts community has been rocked by a scandal after public pressure campaign revealed 2 leaders of the city's civic theater admitted to raping children in the past. Horrific. Renton Civic Theater art director Bill Holes and theater board president Alan Parsons resisted calls to step down until court documents began to circulate. A whistleblower working within the theater dug into Holes' past and found shocking details of his criminal history. The whistleblower took the information to the Renton Civic Theater Board of Directors, who did not act. They went and talked to local media and expressed outrage. Documents obtained show that in 1990, a then 22-year-old Holes admitted to raping a child. The document said Holes, who was enlisted in the Navy and working in Kitsap County at the time, sexually assaulted a family friend's daughter, who was 7. He pleaded guilty, but court documents show he continued to have issues. Records show that Holes admitted to having graphic sexual fantasies involving children who he personally knew, and he admitted to being in close proximity to kids while in his theater group. Until this week, Holes worked at the Renton Civic Theater as their art director. That is no longer the case following the whistleblower's post. They found out about Holes' past after online research, and when the board of directors failed to take action, she went public with the details. The board of directors for the Renton Civic Theater include Hull's wife and the president of the theater, Alan Parsons. Parsons is also a convicted child molester. Court records show that Parsons admitted to raping a baby over a several-year period while Parsons was a teenager. This happened in 2005. Parsons was a little girl's babysitter when he was 14 until he was 17, according to the documents. In the last 24 hours, the theater's been distancing itself from Parsons and Hulls. An archived snapshot of the Renton Civic Theater's website lists Parson, Hulls, and Hulls' wife on the About page. However, all three names have now been scrubbed. In Kent, King County moved 170 asylum seekers living in a large encampment on county-owned property in Kent into temporary housing last month, but some people were left behind. And since then, the site has become a new hub for migrants coming to the region as Tukwila Riverton Park United Methodist Church, which has helped more than 2,000 migrants over the last 2 years, faces pressure from its city leaders to lessen its shelter population. The church has turned away many new arrivals, and some migrants say that after they found no help in Tukwila, they moved farther south to the encampment in Kent. More than $30 million in state funding was released on July 1st to allow the state to create a more centralized response to Washington's growing asylum seeker crisis. But so far, the state has opened new shelter with that money, leaving nearly 200 people living at the Kent encampment to survive with little support outside. They rely on state food assistance benefits and donations provided through mutual aid workers. And the county provides them with fencing, portable restrooms, 3 garden hoses, a dumpster, and hand washing stations. But tensions have risen recently as residents say that living conditions have continued to worsen, and King County has not responded to their recent calls for help. Well, I'll tell you, if you need a new help, you got to come down and get with King County and let them know how you can help with that, and you should reach out to them today. Tacoma Police are hosting a community meeting on ShotSpotter tech. Tacoma Police Department is hosting community meetings to talk about a controversial technology the department plans to deploy. It is called ShotSpotter. It's sound-thinking acoustic gunshot detection technology, and it will allow enforcement to identify gunfire incidents through real-time alerts that pinpoint the precise location of gunfire. Tacoma Police says that ShotSpotter technology will cover 2 square miles in Tacoma later this fall, with the initial deployment occurring in the Hosmer area. Tacoma PD is encouraging the community to come to the meetings to learn more and ask any questions they may have about the new tech. A second meeting will be held on Thursday, August 22nd at the same place and time. There's a controversy brewing about turning old Washington churches into affordable housing. We know that there's a lot of conversions that have been taking place for many times as churches have been shrinking. And should we turn those into affordable housing? What should we do with those? And there's a lot going on about a church down in Tacoma. And Jackson, I don't know if you've heard about this with the churches moving into affordable housing or just a lot of folks wanting to take old churches over. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, in this story, it kind of seemed like it was maybe just kind of a scam. So, they're just kind of in it for the money, basically.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, one of the things that makes me just incredibly sad is that we see a lot of these places that were meant for one thing and now are getting put into something else. And I think that's pretty sad when that takes place. You know, it's something that I think, you know, these were used for specific purposes, and obviously it's good to reorient them and repurpose them. But once they're gone, they're gone. And I think we see that oftentimes that, you know, that's something that is never going to change, and you'll never get that back. And I think that's disappointing, and we'll see how this plays itself out. Hey, I wanted to go back to this press conference Dan Wilson that just had. I know we don't talk a lot of sports here, but I'm excited about Dan Wilson being the new manager of the Mariners. he's a fantastic guy, great guy. And if there's someone who I think can really demand a lot of respect and trust in that clubhouse, it definitely is Dan Wilson. Dan has been around a long time, was a member of the Mariners for many years, caught more games than anyone else for the Mariners. I don't know, did we get any of that press conference? Let's go to that press conference that just happened a few minutes ago.
Good afternoon. A lot of familiar faces, some that are not, but yeah, these situations never easy. Always a lot of emotion around these kinds of things. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for what Scott has done here, the accomplishments he's had over his career with the Mariners. But really looking forward to what this team is in front of right now. Really excited about these last 34 games as you look at the schedule. This is going to be fun. I know these guys are ready to take it on, and I'm excited with this opportunity. This is, this has been a home for us for a long time. This has been an organization that I've spent some time with, and to be in this position, to have this opportunity, I'm extremely grateful for that, humbled by it, and I want to do the best job possible to help get these guys, get all of us back to the playoffs in the quickest route possible.
There's Dan Wilson being introduced as the Seattle Mariners' new manager just a couple minutes ago down at T-Mobile. And is this going to be the spark after we've seen a just incredible collapse over the last couple months? Is this going to be enough to turn this thing around, get back in the playoffs? Jackson, you're a big Mariner fan. I mean, I'm looking right here at your Felix Hernandez posters. I mean, is this going to do it?
I think it's too late, unfortunately.
You do?
And I'm an optimistic person too, but I just feels like the damage has kind of been done for the season. We'll see. I mean, there's still mathematically, could it happen? Sure. They're only 5.5 out. So if they got hot, maybe. It's just with the way they've played the last 2 months, it's just so hard to see,
Yeah. Well, I tell you, anything can happen, right? It's amazing what a change of a venue, what a change of scenery, when you have a change in coaching, it's amazing what can happen in those situations. It just, if you studied the numbers of times you've had situations like this take place, I would imagine a pretty high percentage you would see that there is a significant change that took place. A lot of times you just hearing a new voice, it just resets you. So you know what? I'm saying it right here, right now. We're making the playoffs, Jackson. We're making the playoffs.
This year?
Yes. We're doing it. It's going to be a turnaround. Well, you know what didn't get a turnaround? So, there's a lot of talk and hype about Beyonce showing up for the Democrat National Convention. Everybody was just fired up, excited, because it really, as we know, it was more of a scene than it was, anything else, right? Style over substance. But here's something that's pretty interesting. I don't know if funny is the right word, but a lot of the folks, they were disappointed because they thought, Beyonce was going to be there at the final night for the DNC. She was not. But this is really interesting because it's really how I saw this as an example of how it works with the media. There's unfortunately a lot of, lazy journalists. So they just kind of work off of each other. And a lot of times they don't do their own work. And they're kind of like this, they can be this mono party, this uniparty that just, they say the same things. Like we see this over the years. We saw this during COVID. Like one media outlet uses one word and then they all use the same word. Like they'll use the word unprecedented. And then all of a sudden you'll see all these headlines that say unprecedented in it.
Another big one was during the Trump collusion stuff. The walls are closing in. They would always say that.
Yeah. It's funny. It's like, how all of a sudden are they using the exact same words in almost unison, right? It's just how it works. And here's an example of how everybody thought Beyonce was coming right? Because the media, somebody heard it, and so they all just, like dominoes, right? They all just fell over.
I think it was a TMZ. I reported it initially.
So one person says it, and then everyone just picks up on it, and no one does any due diligence. No one searches it, and they just give their talking points. But here it is. Here's the Beyonce supercut.
There are rumors that Beyonce might make an appearance. I personally think that that's true, but we shall see.
We're going to say this now. Can I say this?
Well, wait, let's couch it in rumors and rumbling.
Okay, let's just say, that's out there, the Beyonce talk.
You have to stay tuned, but I have it on really good word. The Beehive is buzzing right now because the preparation for the Beehive, it has to start early. Sources come from backstage. That's all I'll tell you.
Okay.
TMZ and The Hill reporting that she will indeed be making a surprise performance on stage here.
Congressman was just dancing along, and he's excited that he's hearing rumors, which a donor confirmed to me that she's also hearing that Beyonce is en route.
President of all things music and fashion and style, i.e. Beyonce, is going to show up. Queen Bey.
There it is, the Beyonce media supercut. I mean, does that not just make you smile, or does it make you shake your head and just say, what have we become? Right? I mean, it's just like no one does any due diligence anymore. It's just all made up, and everyone just spreads whatever they heard, and that's it.
If anything, it's kind of depressing. That's like these are our, mainstream legacy media outlets.
Yeah. Hey, right now, Robert Kennedy Jr. is on stage with former President Trump in Glendale, Arizona. We shared earlier today, we went over Robert Kennedy Jr.'s suspension of his campaign, endorsing Trump, the longtime iconic Kennedy family, Democrat family. He is suspending his campaign. He's going on the trail with Trump. He is standing on stage right now with Trump in Glendale, Arizona. We'll get some of that audio here in a few minutes. I don't know if we can go live there.
Amazing. It's true. Amazing. Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself.
We'll go to a quick break here. This is President Trump. Robert Kennedy Jr. is about to take the stage in his first appearance with Trump. We'll go to that right after this break on the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos. We'll be right back.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do two things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. Look, there are a lot of programs out there that can help you lose weight. But the problem is, sure, you might see some results. Some will take longer than others, but you'll see some results, just not the long-term results because you don't get the support that you need. You don't get the tools to easily keep the weight off for life while enjoying life. That's why Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is so different. Imagine losing weight every 3 days with real food, feeling confident, feeling energy, knowing that you're really going to hit your goal this time, and then know that you'll keep it off. This is a program with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic that is accessible anywhere you are. You do this not going into an office. You get access to their app. You get all the accountability, all the tools, all the info without ever having to be hassled by going into their offices. That's where they're so much different than the others. Head on over to eastsideweightlostclinic.com or give them a call at 425-403-7670, 425-403-7670 or eastsideweightlostclinic.com.
Considering a new car due to a failing transmission? Financing rates are through the roof. Before you spend thousands on a new car, call General Transmission Repair, the experts at repairing transmissions and saving you money. GeneralTransmission.com or 206-878-5759.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Is a reverse mortgage right for you? Steve Teitler from Best Mortgage has another real-life reverse mortgage success story.
At Best Mortgage, we do reverse mortgages for all kinds of reasons. I had a client that owned a house worth $1.2 million and they owed $233,000. We got them a jumbo reverse mortgage that paid off their mortgage and gave them $448,000 in cash that they used to buy land in another state for their eventual retirement home. And in the meantime, they have no mortgage payment. As we always say at Best Mortgage, a reverse mortgage is great for some people, but it's not right for everyone. That's why I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and more importantly, I always tell you if it's not right for you.
Call Best Mortgage to find out if a reverse mortgage is right for you. They're the reverse mortgage experts giving honest advice you can trust for over 30 years. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. Call 425-649-6000.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason today. We're going to go right to Robert Kennedy Jr., who just took the mic at President Trump's rally in Glendale, Arizona, as he came out today to endorse Trump. Let's go right there.
Not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the safest, the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
There it is. Robert Kennedy Jr. down in Glendale, Arizona, taking the stage with President Trump and giving his endorsement. It sounds like he's going to play a part of his campaign as well as perhaps the cabinet. I haven't heard that he's appointed him or, promised a cabinet position, but there's a lot of talk about Health and Human Services, that he would oversee that. Of course, there's a lot of conversation about the chronic disease and healthy living. So it seems like maybe that's just kind of a setup or a tee up for a position like that. But I tell you, this is going to help the Trump campaign after we've seen a lot of momentum for Kamala Harris and the Democrats the last few weeks. This is without a doubt welcome news for the Trump campaign a day after the end of the DNC convention to kind of blunt all that momentum that they have, because this is going to make news across the globe. This is big news. I mean, as much as Kennedy was only polling at 5 or 6%, earlier this year he was polling more in the high teens, even close to 20%. And as things continue to shift, and of course, certainly as Biden dropped out and Harris came in, his numbers went down considerably more. But still, 5%, 6%, that's significant in a close election, especially in those battleground states. So we'll see what kind of impact this is going to make on the race. And we'll certainly see if Kennedy's going to go around the country and campaign for Trump. I mean, is he going to do more of these appearances where he's on the stage with Trump? That I don't know if you heard the crowd. They were chanting, "Bobby, Bobby." So my dad, he followed Bobby. My dad was a journalist and in radio, and he actually was on the Kennedy campaign in 1968 and was actually standing next to his dad on that famous appearance at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. And I don't think anyone would have imagined that you would hear Bobby chants at a Republican rally. And yet here we are. We'll see what happens here I'm Tim Gatos. I'm guest hosting for Jason on the Jason Rantz Show today. We'll take a break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you, I will. Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text EARN to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text EARN to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text EARN to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text EARN to 64,000.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. There's a lot of chaos in the world, so take a break from social media and self-serving politicians. At Leathers in Issaquah, our design professionals will guide you to a happy place by elevating your home environment. More than leather, choose some of the latest fabrics and solid wood, something for every room in your home. Our guaranteed low prices, quality, and service will lower your blood pressure and be kind to your wallet. So check the chaos at the door and come experience a Zen moment at Leathers in Issaquah.
Jason Rantz here with Scott Raraka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital. Scott, let's talk about someone who wants to invest in real estate but doesn't quite know if it's right for them. How do you help?
Yeah, so how we help is, we've been investing in the greater Seattle area for over 20 years. And we have a historical track record we're super proud of. Double-digit returns over time with no investor losses. And how we really do it is we're lending on real estate and we're also acquiring real estate and building it. So there's lending and there's acquisition. And then we share in profits with all of our investors on both those activities. We've been told that we're one of the best kept secrets in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, I don't want it to be a secret. I want everyone to know about this. Act now to join the Legacy Group Capital family of funds, where they offer short-term 90-day investments at 7%, or longer-term investments that have averaged double-digit returns. Go to LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com.
Stream local conservative news on your smart speaker. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
A show of support. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Former President Trump getting the endorsement of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Trump appearing in Glendale, Arizona.
With a party of common sense, you say what you want. Nice to say conservative, but really, with a party of common sense.
Trump brought Kennedy on stage to thunderous applause. Kennedy earlier announced he's suspending his campaign.
My name will remain on the ballot in most states. If you live in a blue state, you can vote for me without harming or helping President Trump or Vice President Harris. In red states, the same will apply. I encourage you to vote for me.
But Kennedy said in swing states, internal polling showed his presence in the race would hurt Trump and help Kamala Harris. At least 5 Secret Service agents on modified duty after the attempt on Trump's life, including the special agent in charge of the Pittsburgh field office and 3 others assigned to that office. Some of the federal charges against 2 former Kentucky police officers charged in connection with the death of Breonna Taylor have been dropped.
A federal judge has reduced the charge
charges against former Louisville detective Joshua Janes and former Sergeant Kyle Meany. They were charged over using false information during the preparation and approval of the search warrant that led to Breonna Taylor's death in 2020. The two still face other charges in the case, but the reduction means that instead of potentially getting life in prison if convicted, they stand to be sentenced to no more than a year. Taylor was killed when her then-boyfriend, who was at her apartment the night of the raid, fired at police who responded with 32 shots, several of which hit and killed Taylor.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. 3 people were killed, at least 4 seriously wounded in a stabbing attack at a festival in the western city of Salingen, Germany. The festival is meant to celebrate the city's 650th anniversary. America's listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Coach! The yellow light! God, I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Hey, want to welcome you back to the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos. Been guest hosting for Jason today. Thanks so much for being with us today. We're so glad that you've been with us. It was great talking to Dave Reichert earlier. And if you're just joining us, last segment, we took you to Glendale, Arizona, and heard something I never thought I would hear at a Republican presidential rally, chants of Bobby, as Bobby Kennedy Jr. took the stage with Donald Trump down in Arizona. Kennedy dropping his presidential race today and endorsing Donald Trump. Big news for the former president and for his campaign. Here in downtown Seattle, new news that just came out, new data that shows that the downtown Seattle recovery from the pandemic has been a bumpy ride, but it's showing signs of progress. Of course, Mayor Harrell, Deputy Mayor Burgess came out a couple days ago and said the downtown activation plan has been a, quote, roaring success. New data from the Downtown Seattle Association shows that in July, worker foot traffic downtown topped 60% of pre-pandemic levels for the very first time. So the average daily worker foot traffic Monday through Friday was 90,000. That represents 63% of the July 2019 daily average. Of course, if you remember, Seattle is one of the lowest back-to-work downtowns in the nation, next with San Francisco. July was also the second consecutive month in which average daily worker foot traffic surpassed 90,000, which hadn't happened since offices shuttered in the early part of 2020. In June, the average was 95,000. The downtown Seattle worker traffic gets collected from across downtown Seattle. Of course, the return to office says John Scholes, who's the president and CEO of the DSA, he advocates for downtown recovery. He said the software and the data is so important, and we're seeing incredible signs of downtown recovering. Of course, we also have the new waterfront park, which is getting ready to open. I don't know if you've been down there, but of course, the new addition to the Seattle Aquarium is about to open, and they've just redone a lot of the work down there. They're putting in all the plantings and the trees and all that kind of stuff, and this is supposed to be transformational. In fact, it's the largest public project that Seattle has ever seen. Bigger than the Space Needle. No kidding. The biggest public-private project, the transformation of the waterfront park. Have you been down there recently, Jackson? Have you?
I have not.
You
no.
haven't? Okay, I've got homework for you. Okay. I'll be hosting next Thursday as well. But before then, okay, I want you to go down there and just get your eyes on it, walk it, drive through it, and let us know what you think. Because I think there's a lot of people who are going to be pretty excited about what's happening, what's transforming on the Seattle waterfront. I think it's going to make a huge difference in the livability of our area. Hey, the new school year is getting ready to open up. My kids are getting ready to go back to school. Seattle Public is set to implement a plan for student safety and mental health support. Though with nearly half the budget promised, the district is investing $14.5 million in response to the recent violence and increased safety concerns, including the tragic loss of a student at Garfield High School last June. Mayor Bruce Harrell and Seattle Public Superintendent Dr. Brendan Jones revealed their plan for the upcoming academic year, emphasizing a multifaceted approach to creating a safer school environment. This initiative follows the City Council's approval of a $12 million budget, which is down from the $20 million that was earlier allocated. I think this is going to be very important to see how we can get our students back into a great spot when it comes to safety on their campuses. So looking forward to see how that plays out. The King County Prosecuting Office filed charges this afternoon against the man accused of carjacking and running over an 80-year-old woman, killing her earlier this week in Seattle. According to filings in King County Superior Court, 48-year-old Ahmed Haynes was charged with murder in the first degree with a deadly weapon enhancement, assault in the second degree with a deadly weapon enhancement, and animal cruelty in the first degree with a deadly weapon enhancement. Investigators allege Haynes encountered Ruth Dalton, 80 years old, as she was driving in the Madison Valley neighborhood Tuesday morning. Dalton worked as a dog walker and had several of her clients' dogs with her in the car at the time. According to Seattle police, Haynes pushed Dalton out of her car and ran her over in his attempt to flee. Dalton fell to the ground. Many rushed her aid, but she was declared deceased. According to charging documents, Haynes drove Dalton's Subaru Forester to the Brighton Playfields, where he abandoned the car and killed the dog, left the animal in a trash can. Seattle Police forensics team located Dalton's cell phone and took fingerprints, which resulted in a match to Haynes' prints that were in a database due to prior felony convictions. Haynes has been convicted of over 8 felonies, and he has a criminal record dating back to the early 90s. He killed a man with his car in the Capitol Hill neighborhood in 93. He was convicted of vehicular homicide. He had additional felony convictions in the 90s and was sent to prison in 99 after being convicted of robbery. Haynes stabbed a corrections officer while in prison in 2003 and stayed in custody until 2017. Well, I'll tell you, it's just another example, I think, of the violence that happens on our streets. We have so many people who are walking our streets right now who have as many felony convictions and many more than this person has. And I tell you, it's our criminal justice system is broken. And it's horrific and sad events like these that will hopefully allow us to look ourselves in the mirror and say, things have got to change. Things have got to change. And it's just not, it's not right what we're doing to people in our community, in our city, when we allow violent people who are literally murderers and rapists, people who are sexually assaulting people, and we just let them walk around and perpetrate these crimes against others. It's not right. We've got to do something about it. There's a man who is called a hero. His name is Damon Kohler. He was a plumber that apprehended the suspect. Here's a quote from him.
When things happen like that, you put yourself in a perspective that you can't help but be personally involved. As disconnected as we all feel, we are all very connected. And if you don't lose that, it's amazing what you can do for your fellow person.
Do you feel like a hero?
Not at all. Not at all. Like I said, I hope anybody would have done the exact same thing I did.
That's Damon Kohler, a plumber who helped apprehend the suspect. Kohler says he inherited his bat from the man that used to own his company, and he just happened to leave it in his truck.
I would hope anybody would do it. Be 100% honest. It was in my vehicle, and there's a reason it was in there, obviously. Things happen in mysterious ways.
Man, I truly hope that we can look ourselves in the eye and get into a better place here in our city and serve folks better here. Seattle police also arrested a 15-year-old boy who was allegedly tied to a shooting that happened in a Safeway parking lot in Capitol Hill on August 11th. Thursday night, an officer was patrolling in the Yesler Terrace neighborhood and spotted the teen, recognized him from the shooting. Once the 15-year-old realized the police knew him, he sped away on a Lime scooter. Police then chased the teen to an apartment complex on the block of East Fur Street. The 15-year-old then barricaded himself in an apartment complex, and police believed he had a firearm with him. A family member who lived at the apartments calmed the boy down and got him to surrender. Police say the 15-year-old was one of several people involved in a shooting in the Safeway parking lot off John Street on August 11th. There was a witness, Jennifer Caranda. She spoke to local news. Here's what she had to say.
All the cops had everything's barricaded. I don't know, probably like 10 cop cars surrounded. It was very scary because I didn't know. Like there's a sniper, right, standing out there. Where is the person?
Caranda says a family member went inside and ultimately was able to convince the teen to surrender.
There was a sniper on top of one of the cars aimed up at one of the windows in that building, and so they obviously knew he was in there. She went in the building not afraid, and the cops let her go in there, and she got the one that got him to come out.
A conversation between Fox News anchors Brent Byer, Martha McCallum, and former President Trump was abruptly cut off on Thursday night as the network cut to the beginning of Greg Gutfeld's late night show. So the former president called Gutfeld's cell phone. Trump was giving his response to Vice President Harris's DNC speech when Byer and McCallum told him they had to move the programming over to Gutfeld. Oh, it was pretty funny. I mean, here's actually some of the audio of that.
We appreciate that live feedback.
Stay right there. Live edition of Gutfeld is coming up. Thank you so much for joining us from Chicago. It's been a great week.
Good night.
That wasn't my fault, Donald Trump. Hey, Mr. President, I'm live now. Say hello to my audience. So don't say anything that'll get you in trouble. All right.
I don't mind. You know, at this point, what difference does it make? We're doing well. We're leading in the polls.
All right, Mr. President.
8 points down.
Yeah.
And they said he has to get out, and they basically staged a coup.
Yeah.
And you know, let's all see how it happens. But I think we're doing very well.
All right.
We're going to do very well.
All right, Mr. P. I gotta go.
Have a good time.
I see ya. Bye-bye. I told you he was going to call.
Oh, my goodness. He knows him well. He knew that was going to happen. Oh, my. So funny. Hey, also, going back to Dan Wilson and the Mariners, they just had his first press conference. Guess who's back as hitting coach?
Edgar, I saw that.
Edgar está caliente. One day after relieving manager Scott Service of his duties, replacing him with Dan Wilson, they also announced DH Edgar Martinez will be the club's hitting coach for the remainder of the season. So what do you think? I mean, we're bringing back some of the old crew here. I mean, you got Edgar, you got Dan. I mean, who is Randy Johnson, the big unit next, or what's happening?
Yeah, the one thing as a fan, I'm a little concerned with is that I'm not saying Dan Wilson isn't the right guy, but sometimes I think Mariner fans get kind of the nostalgia fatigue because it's like all we hear about is, 95 or 2001. So I kind of wonder if, some cynics out there are like, oh, they're only bringing him back, just because he was a great player.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I think at this point, try anything. Try anything. By the way, did you know that this hour is brought to you by Near Me Roofing Company? It is. And I have a question for you. My daughters do this, and I don't know if you used to do this. Did you ever used to crack your knuckles? Were you a knuckle cracker?
Occasionally, not much.
Yeah. I mean, I did a little bit when I was younger, but I don't know what it is. Like a lot of couple of my daughters and their friends, they're just big knuckle crackers. It's like, stop cracking your knuckles. Stop doing that, please. But the question is, because, you always think, okay, are your knuckles going to get bigger? Is there something bad that's going to happen? And a lot of people would say back in the day that it could lead to arthritis. And that's a big question. So people have been asking this recently. Can cracking your knuckles lead to arthritis? And here's what some say. Then it stretches the finger joints, but people do it for, of course, various reasons, relieve stress or tension or just for the sound of it. But there is no conclusive evidence that it causes serious or lasting harm, including arthritis. Michael Pham, he's at the Mayo Clinic in Arizona. He says there's no good quality studies that link cracking and degenerative changes in knuckles or their joints. I usually tell my patients there's no evidence that it's harmful. So if my daughters are listening, go ahead, keep cracking. It's okay. No problem at all. You can crack your knuckles as much as you want. All good. All good. Hey, if you missed the beginning part of this, we had Dave Reichert with us earlier on the program, and Dave is battling out with Bob Ferguson. He got 27% of the primary vote. Ferguson got 45%. That's 18%. Yep, I know my math. 11% went to Semi Bird, 6% to Mark Mullet. So that's 17%. So if Reichert can pull in that 17%, it's basically a neck and neck race. But the question is, can Reichert pull in Bird and Mullet voters? That's the question. So what do you think, Jackson? Can he pull those in? Is it going to be harder for him to pull in the Mullet voters or the Bird voters?
I think Mullet.
The Mullet voters?
Because, at the end of the day, a lot of those people are probably still mostly Democrats, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas Bird voters, maybe they like Semi more because he came from more the right-wing part of the party. But all elections typically have a coming home effect once you get to the general. And I think most of them will, vote for Reichert.
Yeah. Later on in the program, we're going to be talking to a restaurant business owner who's been he's a Democrat, and he's been very involved with Democrat policies and initiatives, and he's voting for Reichert. He's voting for Reichert. He's not going to vote for Ferguson, and those kind of people could tip the scales for Reichert. Question is, can he pull in enough of them? And we asked Reichert earlier, is Semi Bird, is he going to come out and endorse you? We just went to Robert Kennedy standing on stage with Trump down in Arizona. Would Semi Bird stand with Reichert knowing that a Bob Ferguson governorship in Washington would be unbelievably devastating for the state of Washington? We need Semi Bird to say, hey, you know what? I need to do this for our state, for our kids. This is important, right? Hey, you know what? I need to be able to look at the 50,000-foot view and say, hey, you know what? This is about principles. It's about conscience. And it's about what's best for our state. So about what's best for our kids. Do you see Semi Bird doing something like that and telling his folks to say, you know what? We got to unite together. We've got to do this. We got to defeat Bob Ferguson.
It doesn't really seem like it's in his nature, unfortunately.
Well, it could be. I could see, we're seeing that on the Democrat side, right? Like we see the Democrats uniting, right, around against Trump, right? And now it's like you kind of need the reverse of that here in Washington in a sense, right? Because we just having Bob Ferguson governorship is not going to be good. So we need to figure that out. So what do we need to do, Jackson? We need to make this happen. We need to make this happen somehow.
I think it'd be interesting if Mark Mullet endorsed Dave Reichert. I don't think that'll happen, but
yeah, I don't think that's going to happen either. But you never know. I mean, Dave, he talked a little bit about the door is open. Like he said the pathway, the conversation to have that conversation, to figure out a way to find common ground. Yeah, we're not going to agree about everything, but let's find some areas. It's what Robert Kennedy Jr. is doing. I'm finding some areas of agreement that it's about the existential threat. So we've got to figure out ways to do that. So that would be my hope. That would be my charge to those who are Semi Burt supporters is, hey, we got to look at the bigger picture here and the existential threat that it's going to take here. And so I really hope that we can do something like that and they can come together. I think, man, to have a Republican governor here in the state of Washington, we haven't had one for a while, would be something, incredibly meaningful, and I think would get our state back into the right position once again that we need to be in. And I think Dave's the guy to do that. I think he is, and hopefully many can follow the example of RFK Jr. By the way, I was going to finish that story that we didn't get to. So my dad was with the Robert Kennedy campaign back in 1968 and was on his campaign, covering that campaign. They're at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. This is when Kennedy won the California primary, which pretty much sealed the deal for him to be the nominee for the Democrat Party. And he was in line to be the next president in 1968. My dad was on the stage while he was giving his victory speech. You've probably seen that very famous scene before. It's been in movies. It's been in music videos. It's, Forrest Gump. It played in Forrest Gump. There's been many movies that's played in. And my dad is standing literally to the direct left of Robert Kennedy in that scene. And you can see a young guy. He's about 30 at that point. Of course, Kennedy then leaves the stage and then heads to the kitchen, right, where they're going to take him out. Kennedy leaves the stage. My dad, actually, the way he told the story is he needed more. He was taking notes, for his writing down, his notes for the story, and he grabbed a piece of paper off of the podium after Kennedy left, and he ended up grabbing Kennedy's notes. And of course, a few minutes later, Kennedy gets shot, dies, and then later my dad realizes, man, I've got Kennedy's last notes. And he ended up, developing a relationship with the Kennedy family and getting those back to the Kennedy family. And he made some copies of them, I think. In fact, my dad, who passed away a few years ago, Ken Gatos, I remember going through those boxes, his kind of Kennedy boxes, and he had some very interesting things and some notes and letters from the Kennedy family to him. All that to say, it's pretty remarkable, again, that here, as we heard a few minutes ago, the chance of Bobby coming from a Republican rally down in Arizona as he was standing with Trump, pretty remarkable to know that we're seeing this partnership that's happening between Kennedy and Trump. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason Rantz today. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We have our VP, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
Really the name that had the most buzz. Lots of breadcrumbs leading to the doorstep of J.D. Vance, newly elected just in the last cycle, 39 years old.
What's next in the race to win back the White House? Stay with KTTH for live, local, and national coverage from the conservative voices you trust the most.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Looking for a roofing company you can trust? Beck Roofing has you covered. They're proud to be veteran-owned, and they put you in control with 40 different financing options tailored to fit your budget. And it gets even better. Call now and mention the code FREEDOM to get $2,000 off your roof replacement. That's FREEDOM to get $2,000 off. Don't wait. Protect your home today. Call Beck Roofing at 425-326-1222 or visit them online at beckrs.com. That's beckrs.com.
Homeowners, stop what you're doing right now and listen up, because Puget Sound Energy has new rebates that have never been this high. If insufficient insulation or no insulation at all in your crawl space or attic are impacting your energy bills, now's the time to get your free inspection from Northwest Crawl Space Services, because these PSC rebates could pay for up to 95% of your project, and that could mean thousands of dollars in savings on your job. But make sure you hire a crawl space company that's PSC certified, because not every company can offer these rebates. Don't miss out. Call today, and the team from Northwest Crawl Space Services are happy to give you a free energy savings consultation. Northwest Crawl Space Services will get rid of the critters, re-insulate your home, and hook you up with big-time savings and PSC rebates. Remember, these guys can solve any crawl space or attic problem, no exceptions. See if you qualify for savings from PSC. Go to nwcrawlspace.com.
This is Ricky Rubio, point guard for the Phoenix Suns.
And I'm Holly Robinson Peete, actor and along with Ricky, ambassador for Delivering Jobs. We know that a job is empowering and instills confidence. Yet 81% of adults with developmental differences don't have a paid job, even though companies that employ people with differences report better morale and higher productivity.
There are 6.5 million people in the U.S. with an intellectual or developmental difference such as autism.
And now, thanks to Autism Speaks, Best Buddies, the Holly Rod Foundation, and Special Olympics, there has never been more opportunity to improve hiring practices and build a more inclusive workforce. Join me, Ricky Rubio, and these amazing organizations in supporting and creating pathways to 1 million employment and leadership opportunities for this talented community.
Visit deliveringjobs.org to learn more.
That's deliveringjobs.org.
Leading Edge Medicine helps you decide how to age. See what your options really are. Every Saturday morning between 8 and 10, Dr. Jerry Mixon and Dr. Samira Umat answer your health questions live on the radio. Longevity Medical Clinic is the ultimate preventative medical clinic for good reasons. Hear Leading Edge Medicine, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10, right here on AM 770 KTTH.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace! You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
AM 770 KTTH has teamed up with Global Credit Union to support our veterans with the Invest in Our Veterans program. We're proud to announce Operation Homefront and support the Enlisted Project as the program's first recipients. Thank you both, Operation Homefront and Support the Enlisted Project, for their services in supporting our veterans. Do you know a nonprofit serving our heroes that could use additional funding? Head to MyNorthwest MidWest.com/veterans to nominate an organization to receive $1,000 to support their mission.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hey, we want to welcome you back to the program. This is the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, been guest hosting for Jason today. Thank you so much for being with us and tuning in. It's been an exciting day of news here. Of course, Robert Kennedy Jr. suspending his campaign for president, endorsing Donald Trump. They took the stage together just a few minutes ago down in Glendale, Arizona. Of course, Kennedy, the iconic Democrat family. He started as a Democrat presidential candidate, and then when he realized the Democrats were doing everything in their power to not allow him to do anything, he turned it into an independent campaign. And then, of course, now he's dropping out and is endorsing Trump. Marianne Williamson, who's a Democrat, who was also running for president this year in the Democrat primary. I don't think you can call it a primary, but she put together a presidential campaign, and she is someone who has been a long time Democrat, and she came out and recently shared her perspective of Bobby Kennedy, why he is now turning away from the Democrat Party and endorsing Trump. Of course, we all know, right, that, I mean, you can't be a Democrat and even say you're voting for Trump. I mean, you simply cannot do that. But it's interesting. I was just listening to some of her remarks regarding Bobby dropping out, and let's play some of that.
Hey, I want to talk to you about the speech that Bobby Kennedy gave today. Some of you might have seen it. I watched it in its entirety. And when it was over, my text started blowing up. Friends and family who just thought it was so outrageous that Bobby has suspended his campaign and endorsed Donald Trump. I can't go along with that knee-jerk reaction, and I want to tell you why. First of all, the beginning of his talk was about the media and the Democratic establishment and how they have treated him. And I have to support him for that because I know from my own experience that he is 100% correct. Nicole Shanahan did a video that went viral about this the other day. It's true. I'm sorry. It's absolutely true. And when Bobby took off after the journalist and he said, "You are undermining our democracy. You are just working as foot soldiers for the political establishment. You have abdicated your appropriate role in a free society," I could not agree more. I thought Bobby said it in an eloquent way, in a powerful way. And once again, from my own experience, not only do I know it's true, but I know how important it is. So bravo on that.
That's Marianne Williamson, a Democrat presidential candidate, both in 2020 and this year, 2024, with her comments regarding Bobby Kennedy suspending his campaign, endorsing Donald Trump. I tell you, it's interesting. You think of the Democrats do a very good job of kind of standing in line, right? In the sense of like, hey, these are our talking points. This is what we do. This is how we're going to go about it. And people kind of falling in line and saying, okay, we got to march in step. This is how it's got to be done. And we've seen this, certainly play out, time and time again. Gavin Newsom just came out and said, hey, this is what I was told. These were my talking points. And the Democrats are so good at giving their talking points. And basically anyone who moves out of that is anathema to me, right? You no longer exist. And that's you're seeing with Bobby Kennedy, right? He was a longtime Democrat. But if you go against our talking points, then you're our enemy. In fact, did you see that one quote when they were doing it at the DNC and they're interviewing delegates from different states and they're nominating Harris and they're giving them a chance to share as they go down the different state delegations. And I can't remember what state it was, but they interviewed one young person and she said, here's a quote that you have to know, if you don't, oh man, I wish I could get it. Basically, if you don't know what you're ordering, right? You got to know what you're ordering, and if you don't, then you're on the menu, right? Something to that point. And the point is, if you're not understanding what you're going to order, and if you don't have the right order, if you don't stay in line with who we are and what we do, and you go against us, now you're on the menu, and we're going to eat you, and you're now our enemy. And whew, I mean, it is cutthroat. The thing about you got to give Republicans is that they really don't operate like that, right? They really don't. So all the talk about authoritarianism and totalitarianism from Democrats to Republicans is so laughable, because if you look at the Republicans, they allow for a lot more diversity, right? They allow for people to go off script. They're not giving them the talking points. I mean, look at Trump, for goodness sakes, right? I mean, Trump has completely upset the apple cart when it comes to the Republican establishment. You would not see the Democrat establishment get upset like that. We don't see that. And that's why we had this conversation earlier about Semi Bird. Is Semi Bird going to, and his supporters, are they going to come alongside Dave Reichert, right? You don't see that really that much with Democrats. And so you got to give Republicans a lot of credit, I think, that they don't just follow their talking points, where I think on the Democrat side, it's very much like in unison. You're either with us or against us kind of thing.
You don't often see Democrats break ranks. They usually keep for everybody in line.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you find that audio or no? Okay, no, you didn't find it. I thought maybe you found that. I want to find that audio because it was so fascinating to see how that plays itself out. Hey, let's go to Trump here. He's still speaking down in Arizona. Let's listen in for 1 minute down in Glendale, Arizona, to Trump's rally.
President Donald Trump has in the past and will again make America great again by tackling lawlessness head on. Ceasing the endless flow of illegal immigrants across our southern border and ensuring that police departments across the country have the funding, the training, and equipment necessary to do our jobs. And he's not going to reimagine us doing that. President Trump will stop the multi-million-dollar illicit trade that occurs each and every day at the border. Thanks to Comrade Kamala, with these open borders, the only group that she's enriched is the Mexican cartels, which have expanded over 160 countries across the world. They've done this by using human beings and human trafficking and treating them like dogs. The flow of illegal drugs into this country is unmatched in history. And they also have illegal vaping devices that are harming our communities and killing our kids, all being imported from China through the cartels. This has to stop. Kamala Harris, as borders are, deliberately obliterated the U.S. border to flood the country with illegals. They canceled the wall. They implemented catch and release and terminated Remain in Mexico and effectively shut down ICE, pulling those agents off of the front line, putting them in administrative duties to do paperwork and change diapers. Meanwhile, the front door of our country is wide open. President Trump will stop this.
That's Trump's rally down in Glendale, Arizona. Earlier, Bobby Kennedy was on stage with Trump giving his endorsement, and it is true. He is going to campaign with Trump. We asked that question earlier, is he going to go on the campaign trail? And it sounds like he will. So that's big news for the Trump campaign. Hey, stay with us. We'll be right back. This is the Jason Rantz Show, and I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Hello, my name is Alan Acosta with A Hero's Promise. I want to tell you about our friends at Let Freedom Ring in Lacey. They are dedicated to helping law-abiding citizens exercise their right to bear arms. Whether you're a veteran or a first-time buyer, the friendly and knowledgeable staff will assist you every step of the way. With quality products and services at reasonable prices, Let Freedom Ring in Lacey your Patriot headquarters. Whether in person, phone, or email, letfreedomringllc.com for contact info.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. I'm Tim Gatos, guest hosting for Jason today. You know, we've got folks here in Seattle, King County, who are longtime Democrats, been very involved in the Democratic Party, who are looking at our choices for governor, seeing Bob Ferguson, knowing what he's done, and are saying, you know what, I just can't in good conscience vote for Bob Ferguson because of how much it's impacted their business, impacted their lives. And we're going to be talking to a gentleman who is a longtime restaurant owner here in the region in Seattle who's doing just that, who said, you know what, I've been a long time Dem, and I just cannot support Bob Ferguson. I want to welcome Dave Miner to the program. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, might be thinking about who he's going to be voting for, which I thought was going to be Bob Ferguson, because that's how he rolls. I mean, it's like if there's a blue color, I'm going that direction. So we got Dave Miner with us. Dave, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Happy Friday.
Hey, to you as well. So you've been very over the years, very integrated in, the Democrat, I don't want to say machine, but just Democrat policies, politics. You obviously lots of friends in that realm. I was surprised to hear that you're really considering not voting for Bob Ferguson. Now, you and I have talked about over the last number of years some of the struggles, especially when it comes to owning a business with costs, prices, all of the red tape, along with the crime and all of the different things that are taking place. Tell us where you're at right now. What's your thought process?
Well, I'll tell you this on a national level. I'll vote for Harris, and I want to see Trump lose. But on a local level, where I think I can really make a difference, I'm not sold on what the Democrats are selling or have accomplished in locally. And when I look at locally, I mean, the school districts where I live in, King County, the crime, the lack of prosecutions, people not being able to, officers not being able to take people to King County Jail because half the jail's closed, on and on. And I don't hear anything coming from Bob Ferguson about how he's going to improve those things.
So Bob Ferguson, he's been our attorney general for many years. He's been really the number 2 in command in this state. He has, he along with the current governor have been the rudder, right, for the direction of this state. And right now he is really promoting public safety campaign and really pushing that out. And I'm always confused by that, because over the last number of years, I really haven't heard anything from him when it comes to public safety, when it comes to what folks are dealing with on the ground level. I mean, you and I, we've been around, let's say, in Metro Seattle, downtown Seattle. We've seen the frequent flyers that have existed, people who are multiple time felons who are walking our streets on a daily basis with zero concern of any sort of accountability for violent actions. We just had an 80-year-old woman who was killed in broad daylight on our streets by someone who is an 8-time felon who's in and out of the criminal justice system. Bob Ferguson hasn't said one thing about that ecosystem that I can recall at all.
Yeah, I don't think he has. And now that he's campaigning, he's talking about different things, but I don't see the fundamentals shifting. And I think you and I have been banging our heads against the wall with Democratic-led administrations in Seattle and King County and the state for years. I mean, we've been talking about this for years, and I do a lot of work downtown Seattle. And, it comes to this. The Democrat judges don't want to prosecute people. They don't want to keep people in jail. The politicians don't want laws enforced and actually just think that you can solve crime by not putting people in jail, I guess, and so we have a lot of criminals walking the street, repeat offenders. And I'm tired of it. I mean, I'm tired of my taxes going up. I'm not an anti-tax guy at all. I'm all for paying taxes for what need to be paid for and paying my fair share. But when I look at my property tax bills, and 70-80% are going to schools that I don't feel comfortable sending my kid to, and it's also going to jails that aren't even open. I'm wondering what is going on. And I just don't see the Dems willing to address these issues. They gloss over them. They claim crime is down. I don't know. I live in Burien. I'll tell you something. Crime is not down in Burien. I don't care what any stat says. Anybody who lives in Burien will tell you that, unless they have a political agenda. So just from I think for me, I'm a pragmatic voter. I have some, values that I want to see, but I also want to see things that work. And when they don't work, we should move on from them. So when we talk about homelessness and we talk about harm reduction policies and housing first policies, those sound like neat ideas. And if they worked, cool. But how many billions more are we going to spend on those ideas and let them fail and have it really impact real people, not just some pie in the sky discussion we're having, but let's look at it on the ground. Both the people who are addicts living on the street and the people that are suffering from the crime that those addicts are committing.
We live in a time now, Dave, where there's really no accountability for politicians in terms of what they say, because you can pretty much, we live in a time now where you can pretty much just say anything. No one is keeping anyone's feet to the fire, so to speak. So the politicians know they can pretty much say whatever they want. Bob Ferguson can say he is all about public safety and can say in 1 week, he can talk about how he is helping people who have experienced violence. And at this, same time, his actions are showing something else. And there's really no one holding his feet to the fire on that. And at this point, based on polls, that's going to continue.
Right. I think both parties have a problem, right? I think that the extremes in both parties have taken over at a basic level. Look, the Republican Party in the state nominated Semi Bird, who's MAGA. And that's not something I could support, but I could vote for a Republican that wasn't a Trump supporter. And I think that the Democrats have the same thing. I think you have people who don't even really like the Democratic Party that have taken over the legislative districts, are far, far left. And they're, I don't think Ferguson's a candidate like, say, Semi Bird, but I think he's someone that is going to kowtow to those people at the legislative district. And that's the Shama Sawant crowd, right? That's who's running the Democratic Party. Go look at the Democratic Party, the Homeless Bill of Rights. It's crazy. What it means is, if you really read that, the policies that will come out of that is that, for me, a restaurant owner, my bathrooms have to be open to the public, which no matter what, even if they aren't customers, which means the homeless people, the drug addicts, that are on the street in Belltown, I have to allow them to use the bathrooms. Now, anybody who works for me will tell you how much of a disaster that will be. People shooting up, using drugs, passing out, locking themselves in, destroying the bathroom, literally smearing poop all over the place. That's the kind of stuff we already have to deal with. Now we have to allow it to happen if these policies get put in place. And I don't see Bob talking about how he is not going to follow the Democratic platform.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, appreciate talking to you today. This is Dave Miner, owner of restaurants here in Queen Anne down in Burien. Appreciate you joining us and talking with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, take care.
All right, take care.
We're going to take a quick break. I hope you stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
People have always talked about the primary system that we currently have being such a grind, but it reveals who all the candidates are, and that's how we end up with a candidate. And if you've got flaws, they get revealed.
Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m.
And she didn't have to do that.
Right.
And so we could so easily end up with a president that the country is shocked by the first time she has to deal with anything.
Well, I was enjoying her near religious devotion to the notion of democracy, having not gotten any votes at any point, whether in 2020 or now. Armstrong and Getty on AM 770 KTTH. We have our VP, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
Really, the name that had had the most buzz, lots of breadcrumbs leading to the doorstep of J.D. Vance, newly elected just in the last cycle, 39 years old.
What's next in the race to win back the White House? Stay with KTTH for live, local, and national coverage from the conservative voices you trust the most.
Mitch here at Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. There's a lot of chaos in the world, so take a break from social media and self-serving politicians. At Leathers in Issaquah, our design professionals will guide you to a happy place by elevating your home environment. More than leather, choose some of the latest fabrics and solid wood, something for every room in your home. Our guaranteed low prices, quality, and service will lower your blood pressure and be kind to your wallet. So check the chaos at the door and come experience a Zen moment at Leathers in Issaquah.
Are you in need of a new roof? Near Me Roofing Company is here for you. Locally owned and deeply committed to our community, Near Me Roofing gives away a free roof to a family in need every 6 months through their Roof for Hope program. Find out more or nominate someone at nearmeroofingcompany.com. Near Me Roofing will match or beat anyone's price for a new roof on a comparable bid. Plus, they offer the industry's best warranties. So why go anywhere else? Take the first step today. Visit nearmeroofingcompany.com and click the quote in less than 60 seconds button for your free, no obligation estimate. With over 100 5-star reviews, a fantastic customer experience, and a focus on community care, Near Me Roofing Company is a clear choice. Call 206-487-4380. That's 206-487-4380. Or visit nearmeroofingcompany.com, Puget Sound's #1 residential roofing company, Near Me Roofing Company. And be sure to tell them that Jake and KTTH Radio sent you.
Near Me Roofing Company. It's near you and it's near me. NearMeRoofingCompany.com.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text EARN to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text EARN to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text EARN to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text EARN to 64,000.
This is Seattle's home for conservative thought. AM 770 KTTH. Streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app.
Did you know about the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program? You can get an $80 benefit card to spend at local farmers markets. Use it to buy seasonal fruits, vegetables, and honey. Just bring your new SFMNP card with you when you shop. When you make a purchase, the grower will scan your card. Then you'll confirm the purchase with your PIN.
You're all set. Enjoy those tomatoes.
Thank you. I will.
Find participating markets, local contacts, and more info at seniorfmnp.com. That's seniorfmnp.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, or CVS.
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle. 94.5 K233DT East Lake. 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Lending support. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has announced he's supporting Donald Trump's re-election bid. The two appearing together at a rally in Glendale, Arizona. Kennedy recalled a conversation the two recently had.
And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together.
Earlier today, Kennedy announced he was suspending his presidential bid. Trump thanked the crowd for coming.
Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. You know, this is the greatest political movement. It's called Make America Great Again.
Trump announced he would establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts and would release all remaining documents related to the killing of Kennedy's uncle, President John F. Kennedy. He also said he would tap Kennedy if elected and would establish a panel working with him to investigate the increase of chronic health problems and childhood diseases. At least 5 Secret Service agents who were working during the attempt on Trump's life nearly 6 weeks ago have been placed on modified duty.
These 5 are working remotely, a source tells us. 4 of them are from the Secret Service Pittsburgh field office, near where the actual shooting took place, including the special agent in charge there. The other was an agent on former President Trump's personal protective detail, someone that traveled with him all over the country. We're told these are the numbers as of Monday, and there are likely more, though those updated numbers have not yet been made available. The Secret Service declining to comment specifically on this.
Fox's David Spun. Tropical storm Hone expected to bring strong winds and heavy rain to Hawaii this week, and especially to the Big Island and Maui. Forecasters say it will likely strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane. America is listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Is it time to get your home sold? Hi, Nick Southard here, founding broker of Upgrade Realty and lifelong Seattleite. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything, and luxuriously marketing homes is my obsession. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, massive online exposure, and so much more. I even have contractors to prepare your home for sale. List with me and you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and save thousands in fees. Because Upgrade Realty will sell your home for just 1% listing commission. You'll net way more money with luxurious marketing and unrivaled service for 1%. To learn more and schedule a consultation with me, go to upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. upgraderealty.com.
It's the Dan Bongino Show.
The Democrats are running as master administrators.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
They're running on this principle that you folks are too stupid to run your own lives. Are they not? Give us your money. Let us pick where your kid goes to school. And let us run your health care through the government because we're really good at this. And we will run it more efficiently than you can in the free market. There is no way to run on hope and change because you're hoping to change the Democrat Party that's in charge right now. To what? The same Democrat Party?
On KTTH.
Hi, this is Tracy Schneider. Together with my husband, John Schneider, GM for the Seattle Seahawks, we created Ben's Fund in 2012 to serve Washington families with children and young adults with autism. 1 in 36 kids are diagnosed with autism, and the number rises every year. Ben's Fund, in partnership with Seattle Foundation, provides grants to help cover therapies, communication devices, and other essential needs to support children and young adults on the spectrum. Learn more at bensfund.org.
Each week, at least one child dies from heat stroke after being left alone in a car. Often, these incidents are not a matter of neglect, but even the most responsible, loving parents are liable to forget a child in the car due to sleep deprivation, stress, or a change in routine which can lead to fatal results. As temperatures continue to soar, take steps to ensure a child is never forgotten in a hot car. Download the Cars for Kids Safety app today at carsforkids.org/safety app. Remember, that's cars with a K.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. People with disabilities are extremely talented, resilient problem solvers that have so much to offer. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
This is Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap.
I'm Lisa Brady. What a week it was. Just over a month ago, it was President Joe Biden who was supposed to be at the Democratic National Convention at the United Center in Chicago to accept the nomination of his party and make the case for a second term. But things changed quickly following the fallout from his debate performance in late June and weeks of pressure from his own party to drop out. President Biden shook the political landscape, ending his campaign on July 21st and endorsing his vice president, Kamala Harris, for the nomination. The first night of the DNC instead turning into a celebration of Biden's legacy in American politics and him passing the torch. During Fox News Radio's live coverage Monday night, political anchors Jared Halpern and Jessica Rosenthal reflected on the historic nature of this summer's events and how President Biden stepping aside changed the race.
It's remarkable how quickly we have moved from that debate in June that was the disaster for Biden.
June 27th.
To those calls for him to step down, his resisting those calls as we talked about that debate, that convention in Milwaukee for Republicans that looked like just all of the political winds were at the back of Donald Trump. And here we are in Chicago, a totally different campaign, a totally different election.
Democrats enthused by the change at the top of the ticket did quickly embrace Harris as she surged in some polls and tightened the race nationally and in swing states. However, our Fox News Radio political analyst, Josh Crosshauer, was quick to point out during our coverage her political honeymoon is likely to come to an end after the DNC.
This week is going to be a very good week for the vice president. It's the end of an extended political honeymoon. She's had just glowing coverage by and large.
Yeah.
That's not going to last forever. She's going to have to answer some tough questions, and she may have the first chance to set the agenda.
But the first night was also surrounded by some drama as thousands of protesters flocked to Chicago. Before the most anticipated speakers got the chance to address the delegates, there was a notable surprise appearance from Vice President Harris, who made her way to the stage and made brief remarks. The first message from Harris to the convention was not on policy, not a dig at her Republican rival, former President Donald Trump, but instead a thank you to President Biden.
Evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
And later, the president of the United Auto Workers Union, Shawn Fain, pitching the Harris-Walz ticket as the one friendly to unions.
Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab.
New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez speaking as well, first thanking President Biden for his service and praising Vice President Harris. She also spoke about the Israel-Hamas war, an issue that has divided the Democratic Party. But in her speech, she commended Vice President Harris for working toward a ceasefire.
I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Then another prominent Democrat woman took the stage. Former Secretary of State, former First Lady, and the first female presidential nominee, Hillary Clinton, focusing on the history of women voting in America.
Our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all.
The gender gap in political support in 2024 has been a big focus for pundits and pollsters. Clinton made a distinct call to female voters in her DNC speech Monday, and Fox News Radio's coverage analyzed the impact that former Secretary Clinton's words had on the convention.
I mean, look, that may have been one of the stronger campaign speeches in Hillary Clinton's long political career, really laying out the stakes, making the case for Kamala Harris as part of a new generation of leaders. She didn't make it to the political promised land. Kamala Harris will make that.
That's a great line, because that's exactly what that felt like, was her not just passing the torch, but saying that this is the movement, that this is that felt like a very big speech beyond a person, beyond a candidate. Yes, Kamala Harris is the person right now. She's the person they're voting for. She's the one that they're all trying to get behind. But that the feminine aspect of this is huge.
Finally, the DNC attendees got their promised keynote speaker, President Biden, taking the stage to close out the night, thanking Democrats for their decades of political support. While no longer leading the ticket, he spoke of his plans to support Vice President Harris from beginning to end and how she'll continue fighting for all the issues important to all Americans.
She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke.
Near the end, President Biden finally addressing the elephant in the room, his decision to withdraw from the 2024 race. He says he made that decision on behalf of the country.
It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
He finished the speech with a complete endorsement of Kamala Harris as a candidate.
And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America.
Our Fox News Radio political team closed out Monday night, breaking down President Biden's historic speech.
I thought most of that speech was a speech he could have given. Maybe he even helped draft in preparation for being the nominee. Yes, there were some nice flourishes. Thank you, Kamala was added in there. There was some meaty parts about the work she worked with him on and some of the big policy accomplishments of the Biden administration. But this was like the speech he wanted to give on a Thursday. Instead, he's giving it on a Monday. And Jared, now he's going, like you said, to California, taking a break, not being a part of the rest of this convention.
Josh, I thought it was noteworthy that he did not talk at length or give specific examples necessarily of all that she did with him. He said more like, this is what we did, and by we I do mean Kamala, but this is what essentially my administration did, or I did as president, and that most of it was stuff we've heard before in different stump speeches, different campaign speeches, and then it was almost like a transition. The latter third of the speech was this is the person who will continue doing what I have been doing, as opposed to highlighting specifics that she's been involved in.
Yeah, she hasn't broken out of the Biden shadow. I mean, that the thank you Kamala was for accomplishments, like you said, that he had accomplished, trying to extend the benefit to the vice president.
This was just the start of what would turn out to be a historic week in Chicago. When we return, we look back at night 2 of the Democratic National Convention.
More of Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap, next.
Jason Rantz here with Scott Raraka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital. Scott, let's talk about someone who wants to invest in real estate but doesn't quite know if it's right for them. How do you help?
Yeah, so how we help is, we've been investing in the greater Seattle area for over 20 years, and we have a historical track record we're super proud of. Double-digit returns over time with no investor losses. And how we really do it is we're lending on real estate, and we're also acquiring real estate and building it. So there's lending and there's acquisition. And then we share in profits with all of our investors on both those activities. We've been told that we're one of the best kept secrets in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, I don't want it to be a secret. I want everyone to know about this. Act now to join the Legacy Group Capital family of funds, where they offer short-term 90-day investments at 7%, or longer-term investments that have averaged double-digit returns. Go to legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com.
I was in the hospital with my son for 18 months. When he got injured, I knew I had to be strong. I just remember rushing into his room and giving him a big hug and letting him know I was there.
These veterans and families are just a few of the heroes we serve at Homes for Our Troops. We build specially adapted custom homes with features like wheelchair access and automatic door openers that allow them to focus on their recovery and family.
This house is freedom. It's hope. It's a new beginning.
Visit hfotusa.org.
Teachers are dynamic leaders shaping a new generation. They bring a variety of perspectives from diverse backgrounds, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world. They're skilled experts discovering a universe of solutions, telling stories, inspiring, mentoring, connecting cultures, leading by example. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready? Explore teaching at teach.org, supported by the U.S. Department of Education and 1 million teachers of color.
We all have someone we love, like the favorite lyric in our favorite song. You can't imagine life without them. Cancer screening tests can help keep the person you love around longer by detecting changes before cancer develops, or catch it early when it may be easier to treat. And many tests are available for free or are covered by insurance. It's time to sound like a broken record. Tell all your friends and family, I love you. Get screened. Visit cancer.org/getscreened to learn more.
If you're caring for someone with COPD, you probably have a lot of questions. Caregivers juggle many roles. The right resources can help. The COPD Caregivers Toolkit is a free resource that provides information about COPD to help you prepare for doctor visits, support a healthy home, and take care of yourself. Visit nhlbi.nih.gov/COPD-caregivers.
Once upon a time, our family had trouble with pests around our home. Did you know that stinging insects send tons of people to the hospital? And teeny ticks and mosquitoes can be all around the yard. Their bites can make people and their pets sick. Mice, rats, and roaches need food and water just like us. You do not want them to visit. They can spread disease and make it hard to breathe. I'm sure glad this story has a happy ending.
Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
After I lost my mom, I lost my way. Then I found youth advocate programs, behavioral health services.
As a little kid, I made some mistakes, but I'm not a mistake.
YAP gives communities alternatives to residential care, youth incarceration, and neighborhood violence. After completing our program, nearly 90% of participants remain in their community. YAP works.
I'm working towards a bright future.
Youth advocate programs. Others talk social change. We make it happen. Learn more at yapinc.org.
Summer is here, and now's the time to break through those weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. No drugs, no side effects, no calorie counting, no exercise. Just teaching you the simple steps to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long term. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and picture being down 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days with our help. At Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle changes. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Because of how convenient the Eastside Weight Loss Program is, you are held accountable and get access to support wherever you are, whatever time of day. You're not going into the office every week. This is done virtually.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap.
We continue our look back at this past week's Democratic National Convention in Chicago. On Tuesday evening, while the focus was intended to be on Vice President Harris's, quote, bold vision for America, the party brought back some big names from its past, including former First Lady Michelle Obama and former President Barack Obama. Fox News Radio's live anchored coverage previewed Night 2 live from the United Center, and Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Kraushaar discussed the history between President Obama and the Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris, and how the 44th president remains important to the party.
Well, look, the theme tonight is about the future, but we're going to see two of the brightest stars of Democratic Party's past. Barack Obama, first and foremost, Bill Clinton as well. Look, I remember for Barack Obama's conventions, Bill Clinton was the person who would explain stuff, who would be the best advocate for Obama. And I think Barack Obama is going to play that role tonight for Vice President Harris. He was one of the first, you know, as a candidate and as a president, identified Harris as someone who was an up-and-coming political talent. He was a mentor of sorts for her, and certainly he's going to be introducing her, giving her kind of his endorsement. And talking about her, we saw that last night. We heard a little bit about her story, her personal story. That's going to be something that I think Barack Obama is going to fill in.
Because Democrats moved to nominate Vice President Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz during a virtual roll call prior to August 7th to avoid being left off the Ohio ballot, Tuesday night, delegates from each state instead took part in what was called a ceremonial roll call. Representing Harris's home state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom proudly endorsed his party's candidates.
I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing.
When the roll call concluded, the screens at the United Center showed Harris and Walz walking out at a rally in a jam-packed Fiserv Forum, the same Milwaukee arena that hosted the RNC just weeks ago.
The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America.
Once again on Tuesday, anti-Israel groups flocked to the streets of Chicago protesting the ongoing war in Gaza. Josh Kraushaar and Jessica Rosenthal discussed how the demonstrations outside the arena highlight party divisions when it comes to supporting Israel while pushing for peace in the Middle East.
I think President Biden would have loved to have had a deal to announce before the convention, right? That was, I think, what he was almost hoping for, that the timing would work out, where there was some signs that there would be some kind of ceasefire, hostages being released. I
caught up, I'm sure you did too, with some of the hostage families, and the Nutra family was there. Their son Omer was taken. Maya Roman, her cousin Carmel Gott was taken, and I asked Maya Roman about what Biden said, and she said, as did the Nutras, they all said they truly believe that the Biden administration and Harris included are doing what they can with regards to this hostage deal. But when I asked Maya specifically about that comment that President Biden made, she said that she kind of understood what he was trying to do politically.
But despite the unrest outside, inside the DNC, the party appeared unified as prominent Democrats and liberals spent Tuesday evening praising Harris and her agenda. Independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders appeared on stage calling for ambitious, progressive policy items like Medicare for all and a ceasefire in Gaza.
We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire.
When Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff took the stage, he clearly intended to show the softer side, more human side of his wife, Kamala Harris, and what she's meant to him and their family.
A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused. And all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala.
Then it was the headliner's turn to speak. First, former First Lady Michelle Obama spoke and highlighted the momentum of Vice President Harris, saying that a unique moment was unfolding for Democrats in America.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
And then to close out the second night, former President Barack Obama took the stage, applauding the career of his former vice president, President Joe Biden, and praising Biden's decision to pass the torch to the next generation. He also told his hometown crowd the stakes for the 2024 election were high and attacked Harris's opponent, former President Trump.
He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote.
The former president then made the case for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
When we return, we look back at night 3 of the Democratic National Convention and the biggest speech of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's career. This is Lisa Brady.
More of Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap, next.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text EARN to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text EARN to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text EARN to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text EARN to 64,000.
The military and first responders are always there for us, but who's there for them? Jake Skorheim here. Stronger Families is helping military men and women, veterans and first responders build stronger relationships at home. They offer workshops, retreats, and online resources to help our heroes manage the stress that comes with the life of service. Stronger Families has reached over 85,000 heroes and wants to reach even more. I have seen them in action, and you should too. Find out how you can help at StrongerFamilies.com. That's StrongerFamilies.com.
At Child Fund, hope means helping millions of children living in poverty worldwide grow up healthy, educated, skilled, and safe. And that means safe at home, at school, and online.
Hope means walking this path together, all of us. Because when we work together, we can do so much more.
That's right. Hope includes you.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
Learn more at childfund.org.
Kidney disease is devastating the Black community. We're more likely to have diabetes and high blood pressure, the leading causes of kidney disease. We're more likely to be on dialysis and less likely to get a kidney transplant. I'm Dr. Silas Norman. As a kidney transplant physician, I'm telling you that kidney failure is often preventable. Talk to your doctor. Get your kidneys checked, please.
We're the American Kidney Fund. We believe in kidney health for all. Visit kidneyhealthforall.org.
You know about courage? I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you Mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't
friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, or CVS.
This is Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap.
I'm Lisa Brady. Some of the Democrats' rising stars, some big-name celebrities, and other speakers took the stage on night 3 of the DNC on Wednesday. There were speeches about freedom, talk about the return of joy, and lots of attacks on the Republican presidential candidate, former President Donald Trump. And while Vice President Kamala Harris would once again get a lot of love, the evening was built around Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, when he went in the night accepting his party's nomination and introduced himself to the American people. Fox News Radio covered Night 3 live from the United Center in Chicago. Political analyst Josh Kraushaar set the stage for the night.
Kamala and the coach. This is the debut for Minnesota Governor Tim Walz on the national stage. And dare I say, not many people in this hall knew who Tim Walz was a few weeks ago. Now he's one of the most important Democratic politicians as serving as Kamala Harris's running mate and giving an emissary for Kamala Harris to the blue-collar communities of the Midwest that are so important in this election, both politically and policy-wise.
Outside the arena, like the previous nights, anti-Israel demonstrators took to the streets of Chicago to protest the Israel-Hamas war and America's support for Israel. But inside, the crowd heard from John Polin and Rachel Goldberg, parents of hostage Hirsch Goldberg Polin, a 23-year-old American-Israeli who was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th and held hostage in Gaza. They spoke about their hopes for a resolution to the war and for hostages like their son to be released.
We are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air.
Former President Bill Clinton delivered his 12th consecutive Democratic National Convention speech Wednesday night. The Democratic elder praising the Harris-Walz ticket and commending President Joe Biden for his career in politics and for passing the torch.
I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy.
Near the end of the night, another Democrat who was considered a contender in the Veep stakes, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, got his chance to speak Wednesday, going after former President Trump.
J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical.
Finally, it was time for Vice President Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, to accept his party's nomination. The DNC highlighted his experience as a bipartisan-style governor with military experience, as well as many years as a public school teacher, a school where he also coached football. Delivering the keynote speech, Walz sought to introduce himself to Americans. He was candid about his family's fertility problems and claimed key freedoms are at stake in 2024 if he and Vice President Harris don't win the White House.
When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love.
At the end of the speech, Walz made some campaign promises on behalf of the ticket.
But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors.
Fox News Radio's live coverage wrapped up Night 3, discussing Governor Walz's speech and what role he'd play in the closing months before Election Day.
We got a lot about the Tim Walz coaching record and the playbook
State champions.
He and how those lessons from being a football coach are translating to politics. But he did offer quite the endorsement of Kamala Harris's record as well. Notably said she would cut middle-class taxes, take on big pharma, and make your home more affordable. Definitely playing to the middle, playing to the kind of the working class, the middle class. That's where the sweet spot of the American electorate is. That's the middle of the country right now.
This was a speech by somebody who understood the assignment, as the kids say, right? This was somebody who came out and said very quickly, with brevity, that was not a lengthy speech, it was energetic. He said, here's who I am. He said, I want to bring you into my family world. We struggled with fertility treatments. That spoke to a certain element of the Harris agenda. And then looked at everybody and said, here's what she'll do as president. Save this as a clip and send it to your undecided relatives. I mean, if that's not understanding the assignment here for this person, I don't know what is.
I also have to watching Tim Walz's children in the box as he was giving the address. His son Gus in tears saying, "That's my dad." I mean, that was a real moment that shows the closeness of the Walz family. But just the real. I don't think Tim Walz ever expected to be on this ticket. I mean, 2 months ago, the notion that Kamala Harris would even be the nominee, no less he would be a contender for the national president, for national office, was unthinkable. Now they are on this moment on the national stage in the political moment of his life.
When we return, we look back at the final night of the Democratic National Convention and Vice President Kamala Harris's attempt to sell the nation on her vision for the country.
More of Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap, next.
Is it time to get your home sold? Hi, Nick Southard here, founding broker of Upgrade Realty and lifelong Seattleite. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything, and luxuriously marketing homes is my obsession. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, massive online exposure, and so much more. I even have contractors to prepare your home for sale. List with me and you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and save thousands in fees. Because Upgrade Realty will sell your home for just 1% listing commission. You'll net way more money with luxurious marketing and unrivaled service for 1%. To learn more and schedule a consultation with me, go to upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Some people won't give you the real talk on drugs, but it's time we know the facts. Fentanyl is killing people. It's a powerful opioid, often made illegally and commonly mixed with illicit drugs. It can even be pressed into counterfeit pills that resemble prescription medications. Just 2 milligrams, about the size of a few grains of sand, could potentially be lethal. This isn't an ad to scare you, but it is an ad to make you think twice. Get the facts. Go to realdealonfentanyl.com. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up. It's shifting. I looked through his eyes. I envisioned a whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. My life is now devoted to his life.
Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
This is Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap.
I'm Lisa Brady. We continue our look back at the Democratic Convention after a week of big speeches from the Democratic Party's biggest stars and celebrities. The final night was all about Vice President Kamala Harris and her historic acceptance of her party's nomination, when she would become the first woman of color to lead a major party ticket in the U.S. The United Center in Chicago was jam-packed, and delegates were fired up, as they were all week. Fox News Radio political anchor Jared Halpern and political analyst Josh Krausauer were there as part of Fox News Radio's live coverage, discussing what the vice president had to achieve when she took the stage on the DNC's final night.
You know, we talk a lot, obviously, about policy. We talk a lot about the things that a candidate wants to do when elected, but electing a president in this country is also a very sort of gut thing to do. You have to like the person. You have to want to root for the person. That's really the goal of an acceptance speech like tonight, isn't it?
Well, and Kamala Harris has always done well in her political career when she debuts on the national, when she debuts on the state or national stage, when she spoke to launch her campaign in Oakland, California in 2020. 50,000 people showed up. She gave a very well-received speech. Her selection as Joe Biden's vice president was considered at the time a very, very smart political play, helped get African-American voters to the Democratic ticket. This is her moment, though. She's played a supporting role as vice president. This is her moment to shine in the spotlight, and a lot of people who are not as familiar with Kamala Harris are going to be watching tonight.
Before Vice President Harris would take the stage, though, the night once again included prominent speakers. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren once stood on a debate stage with Harris when they both ran for the Democratic nomination in the 2020 cycle. Now she praises Harris's career as a prosecutor, also taking aim at the Republican presidential candidate, former President Trump.
Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor.
Former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords took the stage later, sharing her experience being seriously injured in a mass shooting and praising the vice president's efforts to address gun violence.
My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking.
Then, at the end of the night, it was time for what the whole evening, the whole week was about. Vice President Kamala Harris taking the stage, addressing the United Center and the nation, and she began by thanking her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and President Joe Biden.
To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both.
She told the delegates about her biography and why she wanted to become a prosecutor in the first place.
In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us.
Then Vice President Harris made history, accepting her party's nomination.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
The Vice President also went after her opponent, former President Trump.
Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious.
She said she'll offer America a new path forward and brought up one of the week's biggest themes, freedom. Freedom from gun violence, the freedom of clean air and water, and the freedom of women to have access to abortion.
Why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
She also addressed what many see as a vulnerability to her and all Democrats this November, the border crisis.
Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
And she even talked foreign policy, saying she would stand with Ukraine as they combat Russia's invasion and continue to support Israel's right to self-defense. But Harris also noted civilian casualties in Gaza.
President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
She ended with a rally call to her fellow Democrats to get out and vote for the Harris-Walz ticket in November to support a team that wants progress in America.
It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you.
Following the speech, Fox News Radio's political team broke it down, pointing out the high points, but also speculating how it might be received among Republicans and the challenges the Harris campaign will have with undecided voters after the DNC.
You know, Josh, former President Trump's big criticism is, oh, you say you're going to do all these things. Where have you been for 4 years? Oh, and also all your proposals are that of a communist. We know he's been focused on that. Does he have a point? She has been in the White House for the past 3.5 years, and she is considered more of a left-leaning candidate than the party may have seen. Even if his choice of language is pointed, does it sway some folks?
I wonder which of those arguments is going to have more power as this campaign gets underway. Is it going to be the fact that Kamala Harris embraced a whole bunch of left-wing positions in 2020, and now she's tacking back to the middle? And I think there are a lot of attacks you can go after the Harris-Walz ticket on those lines. But it may be that the better and more effective message is you're in power, you're in charge, and now you're running as the change candidate. That doesn't compute. That doesn't compute. And Donald Trump already has he talked to Fox right after Kamala Harris's speech, essentially laying that argument out. How can you run as the change candidate when you've been in charge, you've been the vice president for the last 4 years, and look at how Americans are feeling about the state of the country?
And it's fascinating, that dynamic, because Trump is also running, she used the word sort of semi-incumbent or kind of, you know, that's been kind of the argument is we're not going back. They are very much pinning his record in 4 years is kind of what to measure Harris on. It is an interesting dynamic that you have almost like two sort of incumbents running against each other.
Thank you all for listening to our recap of the Democratic National Convention. Keep listening to Fox News Radio for more 2024 presidential campaign coverage.
This was a Fox News Radio presentation of Democracy 24, the Democratic National Convention recap.
As summer comes to a close, think about how you looked and felt. Jason Rantz here for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. You maybe felt self-conscious about how you looked in your shorts and T-shirts or tank top and bathing suit. You felt tired when you were out and about enjoying the great weather. You got winded playing with your kids in the park. Use that as the motivation to begin the program at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, a safe, healthy, and sustainable weight loss program that doesn't come with gimmicks like pills or injections. You eat real food. You lose weight. You look and feel your very best. Isn't that what you want? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is the most convenient plan that I know of. And you can call them right now for a no-obligation consultation. All you need is 15 minutes. 425-403-7670. 425-403-7670. Or visit them online, eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This year, over 50,000 law enforcement officers have been assaulted while on duty.
It could have been it for me.
I'm Mike Solon. Law enforcement officers need your support. If you see an officer under attack, then follow these simple steps in order to help. 1. Call 911 and give the officer's exact location. 2. Ask the officer if you can assist. If the officer accepts, then do whatever you can do to safely help. 3. If the officer declines, then start filming. It's time to stop filming and start helping.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the...
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT Eastway, 94.5 K233 BU Seattle.
They're teaming up. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appearing with Donald Trump at a rally in Glendale, Arizona. Kennedy said the two don't agree on everything, but he felt Trump was the better choice than Vice President Harris.
Don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted.
Kennedy announced earlier today that he was suspending his campaign and is working to get his name off the ballot in battleground states. During the rally, Trump said he would take action against flag burning.
Because in Chicago at the Democrat deal, they were burning flags all over the place. You burn the American flag. They say it's unconstitutional to do that. I think it's constitutional. You burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year.
Some pro-Palestinian protesters outside the convention center burned the flag in protest of the administration's policy towards Israel. At least 5 members of the Secret Service who were working during the assassination attempt against former President Trump nearly 6 weeks ago have been placed on modified duty. Former Memphis police officer Emmett Martin has pled guilty in connection with the death of Tyree Nichols. Nichols died on January 10, 2023, 3 days after he was kicked, punched, and hit with a police baton after a traffic stop. Federal prosecutors have recommended a sentence of no more than 40 years for Martin.
We still have 3 more that we need to find guilty, or they need to plead guilty or something. And I'm hoping that we don't have to go to trial.
Tyree Nichols' mother, Rovon Wells, former officer Desmond Mills Jr., reached a similar deal in November. At least 3 people were killed, 5 wounded in a stabbing at a festival in Western Germany. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Beach Bum.
Hey, we're heading down to the beach. You coming?
Yeah, Dad. You coming?
I had a little too much to eat at the resort buffet. I need a minute. Oh, you overdid it. And now your beach vacation is giving you belly waves. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief so you can get back to making memories.
Let's go, Dad!
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed.
Wherever I travel, I've learned that local knowledge is key to a great journey. But so is knowing the language. And that's where Rosetta Stone comes in. They're now offering a lifetime membership to all 25 of their languages. You can dabble in French, try a little German, learn Japanese or Swedish. And you can now get 50% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit rosettastone.com/radio today to purchase and then learn for life. That's rosettastone.com/radio.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Grainger. One former nurse wants to bring joy to young cancer patients and their families. So she crochets magical gifts with her nonprofit, the Magic Yarn Project.
Having been a cancer nurse, I know that small gestures of love go a long way.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
I think it's fair to say that Christina has led an active lifestyle.
I grew up as a dancer. I danced for 18 years.
And 18 years of dancing is going to leave you with some wear and tear.
I ended up in a great deal of pain and went in for 3 different hip surgeries.
And after discovering that the surgeries were no help, Christina saw Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy. So it's time to ask, what is her pain level now?
None.
None.
The hip joint pain, it's gone. It is absolutely gone.
And she is back to her active lifestyle.
And it's made such a difference. It actually gave me the ability to move forward, go for walks with my dogs, to play frisbee, or to go to the gym or go cycling if I want to.
Which is why Christina will tell anybody who asks her that whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts here from the patients I've talked to and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
The word is out. Care Partners Senior Living has new communities in North Creek, Bothell, Linwood, and Mercer Island. Jake here from Care Partners Senior Living. Why are more families choosing Care Partners? Because we offer quality independent, assisted, and memory care at an affordable price. Visit one of our 28 vibrant communities throughout Arizona and Washington, including Covington, Tacoma, and Bremerton. You can find a senior living specialist's name and number at carepartnersliving.com. That's carepartnersliving.com.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Hey, and welcome. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. Well, folks, Kamala Harris has now accepted the Democratic nomination for President of the United States, a nomination she earned by, so here's the thing. Kamala Harris's entire campaign comes down to one word. Bull. It's all just bull. That's all. That's what it was last night. She has no policies. She apparently didn't exist before last night. It's amazing. Someone struck the ground, and up she popped from the ground in a haze of smoke. And there she was, fully formed, but without any positions. You see, she's not been vice president of the United States. She's not responsible for a single thing that has happened for the last 3.5 years. In fact, the last 3.5 years were a figment of your imagination. None of it has happened. The actual president of the United States right now, today, is Donald Trump, and he must be ousted because he's the incumbent. We need a change. That's the thing that Kamala Harris is here to tell you. And the way to change horses right now is to lead the exact same horse. That's the way to do it. But remember, she wasn't a liberal senator. She wasn't the most liberal senator in the United States. That never happened. That didn't exist. None of it. Kamala Harris is here to bring us forward, not backward, up, not down. She just gave a speech last night that was Kodos from Treehouse of Horror from The Simpsons. You can literally substitute in quotations from a parodical alien who inhabited the body of Bill Clinton in The Simpsons in 1996. And it sounds exactly like Kamala Harris, because we are now a country beyond parity. Here is Kamala Harris last night.
My fellow Americans, as a young boy, I dreamed of being a baseball